And okay, so all right.
Oh, well, I'm the only one. Uh-oh.
All right, so pleasant good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us. We just wanted to, first of all, thank you very much for taking the time out of your schedule to join us for this introductory training that we had planned. We offered it a couple of months ago, and there was an interest from those who were there that we should offer it again. And we are pleasantly surprised to see the number of persons who have turned out today for this training. Unfortunately, our big brother or project sponsor, the German National Metrology Institute, the PTB, they cannot join us right now. They have an internal activity, another activity happening. But on behalf of them, I'll take the opportunity to say thank you very much for supporting this initiative. It falls under their biodiversity fund, looking on supporting improved measurements as it relates to environmental issues, climate matters, climate science. And out of that, PTB agreed to fund a small sub-project that's looking on supporting their meteorology services in the region. And the idea here is to improve the quality of measurements that come out of our Met services. And this started very rockily, getting everything in line and together earlier this year. So we have 7 countries participating. I could ask everyone to mute their mics unless you're speaking. So I'll go through and start muting a couple of people. All right. So yeah, we started with, we're working with 7 member states at the current moment, primarily as it relates to supporting their Met offices. And we started out with Jamaica, Trinidad, Antigua, Dominica, Grenada, Haiti, St. Lucia. All right. And this has grown to include academia. So the University of the West Indies jumped on board pretty early when they heard about this in terms of the quality of data that they're getting from the Met services for research purposes and otherwise. And then now, today, we have a large contingency from UTT and other, universities/colleges throughout the region. And I'd also like to especially welcome those from the Met services in other countries besides those 7 that expressed an interest in participating with us. So welcome this morning. Partnering on this is the CARICOM Regional Organization for Standards and Quality, whom I represent as their technical officer for metrology. And then I'm very happy to have the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards with us as a partner for this training. Always a willing ally, always, anything that says regional support, TTBS is a sure, willing participant. And I'd like to thank the director and staff of the TTBS on behalf of CROSQ and PTB for their continued support for our efforts to develop metrology and measurement science throughout our region. So yeah, if I'll take that by way of opening words, I don't know if Avinash, you have anything you'd like to say before we start. We'll just do a round of introductions with everybody, and then I guess we can get into it then.
So hi, good morning. My name is Avinash Boodram. I'm from the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, and I'd like to welcome everybody to our short training today. I'm pleasantly surprised that the turnout that we have is actually bigger than our first turnout. It just goes to show the interest in metrology and the work that we do. And it's so vitally important, but it's so underrated in society. And again, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. And I hope we all have a good session. And feel free to ask questions, or you can email us at any time. And we'll try our best to assist in any way that we can.
Thanks, Avinash. So just going around quickly, as I don't think we anticipated 36 persons being on. But nonetheless, if we could just go down the list in alphabetical order, just, I'll call on a name, you introduce where you're from, and we just go there. So after Avinash, we have A. Nathan. Could you just let us know where you're from? Morning in the chat. Okay, let's go to Atma Maharaj.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Atma Maharaj. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you, Avinash, for the invite. And as promised, I did forward it to the university.
Thank you. Sir Nathan, if you can get your mic on, just to confirm that you're hearing us. Alisa Montrose.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm a research assistant at University of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're at 40 people now. I think we'll spend about a half an hour going through introductions. So I don't know if we should just take a pause here. If everybody wants to introduce themselves, please, in the chat. I think that might be a little bit more cost effective on time. So let me ask you guys to please do that. If you could just jump into the chat for our purposes too, so that we know where everyone is from. Just, let us know where you're from and what your position is, so that we have that for our records. But as I said, as we stand right now, we're at 40 and growing. So if I may, then let's just get into this. Let's just start so we can get everything wrapped up on time and make way for any questions that might come up. So let me. All right, so Avinash, for the purposes of getting this on YouTube, I think I'm gonna ask if you can turn off your camera for now so that it goes full screen, because I think YouTube shares the screen with both. Mm-hmm. And then we'll just turn on when we each have a part to do. So is everyone seeing that presentation? That screen?
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay, cool. All righty. All right, so by way of introduction, your two facilitators today, you would have met Avinash Boodram already. Is the text clear? I'm just trying to confirm that also. Can somebody just let me know?
Yeah, looks good.
But the text
Okay,
is
cool.
a bit blurry.
Yeah, clear.
It's a bit blurry.
Yes.
Okay, for some. All right, let me use share screen then instead of using that. That might make it a little bit easier. Share screen should be clearer, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's clear.
Much clearer.
Great. Okay, perfect. All right. So your facilitators today, Avinash Boodram, background physicist. His specialization currently at the TTBS is temperature. All right. Over 10 years experience in metrology. My background is a mechanical engineer trained in Jamaica. My specializations are force and pressure, so we're both mechanical guys, physical guys. I've over 14 years experience in metrology. Not all of that time actually in a lab though. I moved to from Jamaica to Barbados in 2011, where I've spent most of my time managing projects, coordinating technical assistance, all of the support that goes toward member states from, well, not all, most of it that comes from donors, from other partners throughout the Americas and the world actually. I'm the one responsible for getting that to the member states. So our objectives for this training, we would like at the end of the day for you to understand this thing called metrology that quite often gets confused with meteorology, right? To understand some of the history of it, the importance of it, some of the fundamentals. Quite interestingly, the International System of Units was revised 2 years ago. So for us to discuss that a bit and to understand its usage, the international structure of metrology to help you to understand how everything works in our world and how everything's connected. And to define some common terms that are used, some are, inaccurately used, and we just wanted to have clarity there. And then a general understanding of what is this term called measurement uncertainty. So today we won't get deep into the topics, right? And I know a lot of persons based on the pre-course evaluations are actually interested in the measurement uncertainty side of it, especially as it relates to chemistry, which can be very complicated. But that will be something we will plan for subsequent activities, subsequent trainings. What we want to do is ensure that everyone who is here has this basic understanding so that when we do another one, we don't have to start at this level, right? It also opens up the dialogue about how to improve measurements in our world. So Avinash and I will alternate presentations, right? There are 6 sections today. So I will handle 1, 3, and 5, and Avinash will obviously handle 2, 4, and 6. One moment while I let in a few people. Avinash, if you could give an eye on that for me, please, just to admit persons.
Yeah, you go ahead, David.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother. Right. So we're looking on metrology in daily life, right? And measurements are something that we often take for granted, right? We rely on them heavily, but we assume that they're right, right? We make decisions. So all of this is very important as it relates to measurement, right? They're important for our safety at work, at home, right? We're speeding down the highway trying to get into the office, and I mean, a policeman pulls you over. It immediately becomes an argument of, was I speeding? Is your gun calibrated? All of those questions, alcohol consumption, simple things as the temperature of our water that we bathe with in the morning, right? We have a preferred temperature, whether that's be, nice and hot, cold, whatever it is. So all of these are important for us as it relates to health. And this is one of the things that are like right in our face right now, right? Measurements in health. Especially as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic that we're all grappling with right now, right? Then think about the need for measurement as it relates to the vaccine work that is, feverishly happening right now. Then regular run-of-the-mill daily activities like taking our weight or our body mass, for example, to determine the correct amount of medication that we're supposed to be on, right? The temperature that everybody seems to be taking, pointing guns at your head every store that you enter now. Right? All of these things are important measurements that we use in daily life. Trade is usually the one area that, it's kind of obvious, and because we're spending our dollar, we want to ensure we're getting what we paid for. And that is generally one of the first ways we think of our bureaus of standards, who are our national metrology institutes in the Caribbean, right? we're used to that role of them being the measurement police, quote and unquote, right? Going around and making sure that scales are verified, that gas pumps are verified, that whatever persons pay for, they are getting that amount and not being cheated. Right? So we're very much concerned with things like mass, volume, area you're purchasing, land, length, other measurements as it relates to trade. Then on environmental monitoring, which is the primary focus of this project that we're doing, though we have, we're opening up this training activity to everyone. But environmental monitoring is very important, especially for our region, because of the clear impacts that we have had every year from storms. And now it's not just thinking about hurricanes, but rainfall, right? Significant damage occurs to our islands when we have heavy rainfall for very short durations of time, right? So what is causing these changes? How can we better predict them? All of this relies on us having good data, having good measurements. Then, as it looks on our industrial development, right? Bringing our sometimes very primary production, and we're just used to doing raw material, sugarcane, bananas, things like that, and improving it, right? Adding value to it. Generally, Trinidad has been very good at this whole industrial push, right? But other countries are now, trying to figure out how to take some things that are traditional, high quality, and added value to them, right? So black castor oil in Jamaica, or cocoa in a number of countries throughout the region, right? So how do these measurements play a role in that whole industrial development of key industries? Very closely linked to that then is the manufacturing processes, right? All of this is important. We expect a certain quality when we grab a Carib or a Banks or whichever beer is our favorite, right? And this relies heavily on the accuracy of the measurements within those internal processes that the manufacturer has. Right? Is the right amount of substance being used? The sugar content accurate? Is the temperature accurate? All of these things are very important for us when it comes to manufacturing. And we rely heavily on the sensors that are in the system, that they're accurate, that they are, they can allow us to produce a large quantity of goods very quickly. Then on the other front, measurement is critical for scientific advancements. And this is how the world that Avinash and I live in actually came about, right? And a desire to ensure that academic research that happens in country Y can be used, analyzed in country X, right? We must have the same units of measurements to be able to compare this. And we must ensure that these measurements are comparable. They are, 1 kilogram is not something different in country X from country Y, right? So we need to measure to improve the body of knowledge that humans are creating, but also to be able to analyze the body of knowledge that somebody else created, to add to it, to contradict it, whatever it is, right? And that's very important for our world and the whole advancement that is now happening. So in short, our entire economy is based on measurements, right? Everything we do around us has some measurement on it, whether it's your vehicle, right? Whether it's the shipping containers that help to support trade, whether it's just a simple thing as flying, right? Which unfortunately, most of us are grounded right now and we might be missing being in a plane heading to our favorite destination. But all of these things are very, very important to our daily lives. So why do we measure? It seems like a simple question, but it's actually very important for us because quite often we don't put a lot of emphasis on the measurement itself until we've come to the point of wondering why the data doesn't, or why the information or why the decision wasn't what we expected. Then we end up tracing back to the measurement. But measurements provide us with information, right? And with that information, then we can take a decision, right? So bad measurements obviously lead to bad information, which then leads to bad decisions. Conversely, good measurements give us good information, and in that way we can actually make decisions, good decisions, right? So looking on this, it's important for us to understand that the decision's risk determines the quality of the information that we need to get out of it, right? So quickly doing a risk analysis of the impact of this decision that I'm about to take. If it's low impact, if there's low risk, if there are low issues, then you might be able to get away with lower quality information and thereby lower quality measurements. But if it's a high risk decision, it's something that is very critical for you, for your research, for your work, for your safety, then obviously you need better information, and the quality of measurement comes in there. So as an example, right, let's think about temperature measurement. What is a quote and unquote good measurement, right? Well, some of the questions you would need to ask: what are the measurements being used for, right? Then what is the measurement appropriate for the decision I am to make? And thirdly, can I trust the quality of that measurement? So we have two scenarios that I threw up there, right? One, just general tourist information, right? You're telling tourists that today is going to be 30 degrees and sunny, perfect day for the beach, right? What device could I use to determine that, right? Well, the information being provided is pretty low risk. The decision there is whether the tourist goes to the beach or they find something to do indoors. So we could use something like a liquid in glass thermometer, right? Just for a simple measurement, you know, it's 30 degrees and that's fine. So is the measurement appropriate for the decision that I'm to make? Yes, it could be. Can I trust the quality of that measurement? Whether that measurement is 2 degrees off or not, you can sense it by your body temperature, and it's not that large of an impact. Whereas we're hearing a lot of information, particularly about one COVID-19 vaccine, about the sensitivity to temperature, and it needs to be stored at very low temperatures. Right? Would you be willing to take the risk of using a liquid in glass thermometer for that measurement? Maybe not, right? Because the impact of using something with less sensitivity, possibly, or not able to relay the information quickly to you, might not be the best idea. Then on the last question, can I trust the quality of that measurement? So when it comes to the quality of a measurement, one important concept is this thing called measurement uncertainty. That actually tells us the quality of the measurement that we're taking. And if a measurement does not have that, then honestly, we cannot say anything about the quality of that measurement. Your guess is as good as mine, right? Other question that's important in relation to quality of the measurement is there a calibration certificate issued for that measuring device that conforms to ISO 17025 standard, right? So just to give you some examples of what happened within our region in relation to measurement and how things could go significantly awry, right? When I was at the Bureau of Standards Jamaica, this was about 2005, 2006. Right, these were some of the headlines that came out. Cement crisis cost 30,000 jobs. Cement crisis hits Jamaica hard. And what was happening there was a breakdown in the quality control testing of the cement strength leaving our major manufacturer, right? Some equipment was not being calibrated. And what resulted was the strength of the cement that was being produced was significantly less than what was expected. And we had major hotels, floors of hotels collapsing, just real issues with concrete strength, right? Estimated the cost $1 million Jamaican a day. At that time, that was maybe about over $1 million US. I think maybe like 1.3 million US a day, right? Then bringing it closer south, some of you would have remembered these issues a number of years ago as it relates to a popular cancer treatment center that is in Trinidad and Tobago, right, which was apparently being caused by machines not being properly calibrated, right, and persons being put at risk to radiation overdose. Both of these examples are to underscore the importance of measurements to our decisions, right? And quite often, that consideration about the measurement, it doesn't happen until the end. And then we have to trace back and say, why wasn't this done? What we're trying to help people to get to understand that let's start thinking about the measurements, especially on things that are high risk, right? If it's low risk, you can take a tape measure, you can take anything to measure it. It's not a big impact, right? But let's consider the risk, right? So in conclusion for my section, right, measurements are critical parts of our daily life, right? For safety, for health, for trade, environmental monitoring, industrial development, manufacturing, scientific advancements, and then complying with legal requirements that the government may impose. So at this time, I'd like to turn over to Mr. Avinash Boodram, who will take you through the next section, looking on the science of metrology.
So, thanks a lot, David. Right, so thanks again, David. So what I will do now is to just go through some of the way in which metrology is structured. So by its very definition, as David would have mentioned, metrology is the science of measurement and its applications. So metrology has to do with measurement units, and David alluded to the fact that we have in 2019, we have redefined some of the SI units, which would represent some of the biggest changes to the SI since it was introduced. So what we also do is we look at the theory of measurements and how measurements are made itself, right? How measurements are made. We also deal with the measurement procedures or standard practices in the way some measurements are made. So you would find a lot of international guidance as to how to make measurements, and not only for the persons using the instruments, but as well as for people manufacturing these instruments. It's not very common, but there aren't many manufacturers of measuring equipment in the Caribbean. But we rely on international suppliers for the majority of our equipment. There are some companies in Trinidad that I know of that they manufacture scales, but when I say manufacture scales, they basically import all the parts and assemble them. But for some equipment, there would be standard practices as to the way that the way these measurements are made. Right? Hold on. Okay. Right. So the development of metrology. So in developing countries, usually a measure of the development of metrology and metrology science is an indicator of the economy and the society itself. So, for example, in Trinidad, which is heavily industrial based, we would have measurement capabilities that would follow that. So you would find things like a high level of electrical calibration, temperature calibration, mass calibrations. But for other countries where the major economic input comes from things like tourism or agricultural trade, you would find the measurements that they pursue would be along those lines. So for the environment, you would look at environmental monitoring, chemical testing of water. For agricultural produce, you would find the development of mass-related devices. Right? So usually metrology would usually come from trade is one of the driving forces for the development of metrology. So you would find that the term legal metrology, and I'll speak about that in a little bit, would have been one of the first types of metrology that would have been developed. So metrology, when you're trading in goods, and the level of accuracy would go along with that. So the scales that you would use to measure gold would be much different from the scales that you would use to measure potatoes or rice, right? So there are different capacities, different levels of accuracy. That would go according to what it is that you measured. So is conditional on the case or the application of the measurement itself, right? So it was only until the advent of the industrial age, we started to have more development in terms of scientific metrology, right? So these would be things like with the development of the steam engine, you need to get correct pressures for these pressure tanks and boilers and stuff like that. In terms of the measurement units or the systems of measurements that we currently use, you would find that a lot of the colonies would have adopted metrology systems that would have existed from the colonizers. So you would find that in the Caribbean, you would still find a lot of people using pounds and feet for their daily measurement requirements. So I would rarely find something like a hardware that would sell lumber in terms of meters. They would normally sell a 12-foot or a 10-foot length of a 2x4 or something like that, right? It also has to do with the countries that we trade with. So because Trinidad, for example, we do a lot of trade with the US, you would find that we most often or sometimes we would have to calibrate thermometers in Fahrenheit, although the convention for the rest of the world is the Celsius most of the time. But just in order to cater to the market that we're selling to, we would have to cater for that. Right. So in the broad terms, we can separate metrology into three major subcategories, three major categories. So we have industrial metrology, which would deal a lot with the calibration of equipment. So that's where we have, well, first of all, it's a voluntary process, so that people would come to us and request to have their equipment calibrated. And these would be usually people who have a requirement from, say, an ISO 9001 or ISO 17025 requirement, or for the academia among us, in terms of research and in order to have your research validated or peer reviewed, you would more than likely need to have your equipment calibrated so that we know that you're getting proper measurements or the most accurate measurements that you are capable of. We have legal metrology. Legal metrology would deal generally with technical regulations and the requirements of a separate body. Say, the Bureau of Standards in Trinidad, we would have a requirement that says that a scale needs to have an accuracy of plus or minus 1 gram, or depending on the use case itself. This process is not voluntary, but is a mandatory process, and is usually referred to as verification rather than calibration. The measurement principles are more or less the same, but it's just that it's a mandatory requirement that's based on some regulation, some overarching regulation. And the final category of metrology, scientific metrology, primarily deals with research and development, and we'll see later on, metrology is also separated in terms of a hierarchy, right? So you'll see this sort of pyramid system throughout a lot of the work that we do. So scientific metrology deals a lot with realizing the SI units or fundamental measurements, and we could go on and on about the depth of scientific metrology. All right, so this would just be some examples of scientific metrology. So it is very much connected to the SI system of units, what we call measurement standards. So each country has what's called a National Metrology Institute. So they may be called by different names. So in Trinidad and Tobago, it's the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. In Jamaica, it's the Jamaican Bureau of Standards. In the US, it's an organization called NIST, National Institute for Science and Technology. So each country has their own National Metrology Institute that is responsible for their national measurement standards. So these, again, takes different forms depending on the situation as well, right? So scientific metrology also deals with the classification of metrology measuring instruments itself, right? Again, this may not be something that's common in the Caribbean per se, but a lot of the larger NMIs, they work closely with some of the manufacturers, and some of the manufacturers, they actually set up equipment in the metrology institutes of their respective countries to do their own research and development. So there's always this sort of partnership with some of these manufacturers and the NMIs itself, right? Again, we'll see from the hierarchy of measurements, but scientific metrology supports both the legal metrology and the industrial metrology. Because if you think about it, how it is that we calibrate a person's instrument is that we need to have our instruments ourselves calibrated. And it goes up and up and up. And we'll see how that goes when we talk about things like traceability and uncertainty. Right, so this is just a little preview of the measurement traceability. And So what we would have is the highest level of metrology, or the definition of the SI units. And again, David will speak a little bit more on the SI units themselves. So these units are maintained by an organization called the BIPM, or Bureau International des Ponts de Mesure. Not sure if I got that French correct, but did my best. And they would be responsible for disseminating the SI units, or maintaining the SI units throughout the entire world. So using these primary standards, or realization of these primary standards, we would use to calibrate secondary standards. Now, these secondary standards, again, can take different forms, and it goes down the chain. So these secondary standards are used to calibrate the working standards that labs like our lab, the TTBS uses. And these working standards are in turn used to calibrate clients' equipment or industrial equipment, or they could be used to do verification of scales in the legal metrology realm. Right? So just to reiterate, the legal metrology, right? So their activities result from some legal requirement. Again, it depends on the measurement, the units of measurement, the measuring instruments, and the methods of the measurement that they use. A good way to distinguish legal metrology is that once there's any sort of money exchanging hands, is usually where, money exchanging hands where that comes as a result of some measurement. So the example of scales is easy to understand, but there are many different ways in which measurements form the basis of a decision in order to have payments made. So electricity meters are a big thing. So the power meters that bill us for the electricity consumption. There are some places that have water meters that measure the amount of water that's used. Natural gas is a big commodity in Trinidad. So metering of the natural gas that's supplied to the electricity producers, for power gen, for example, right? So they are billed based on a measurement of the quantity and quality of the gas that they use. Legal metrology also plays a role in terms of health. So things like blood pressure, the amount of insulin that you would need to administer. These are things that are in the legal metrology realm. So it's a good idea to remember legal metrology, anything that deals with trade, anything that deals with health or the environment would come under the legal metrology realm, and there would be some regulation that would back this up. Now, if anybody has any questions, feel free to put up your hand or type in the chat, and I'll try my best to answer them as we go along. I know this may be something a little bit new to a lot of people, but feel free to ask any questions at any time. Right? Right? So the legal metrology realm, they have what's called a vocabulary of international legal metrology. The acronym is in French, and we'll see in a little while why. Right, so they have their own vocabulary. So when we talk about verification and inspection in the legal metrology world and in the metrology world, we associate a certain meaning to these terms. So we can take a look at that at another time. Oh, I forgot about this. There is another activity. What's that?
Go ahead, Avinash.
Just 1 second. Huh? Right, there is one aspect of legal metrology that I forgot. That's the pattern approval process. So in addition to doing inspections and verifications of scales, legal metrology is also responsible for what's called pattern approval, or in some countries it's called type approval. So this is a process by which only certain measurement devices are allowed to be used for trade, for health, or for environmental monitoring. So I'll give you an example. So there are these scales that are used in the market by fish vendors is a spring scale. So these scales and the way that these scales are constructed, it lends itself to inaccuracies over time because it depends on a little spring. So over time, these springs get stretched so that the actual weight that you read off of these scales, and they are over time they gradually lose their accuracy. So you could be shortchanged in essence, so that some of these types of scales are they're no longer allowed for trade. So it depends on the again, it depends on the level of development of the body itself. So in Trinidad, for example, we don't have the facility to actually run through a series of tests for every single piece of equipment. But a lot of international bodies and these larger NMIs, these big brother NMIs, they do. So they issue a pattern approval certificate. So what we would do is to review these pattern approval certificates and say that, okay, well, this device is okay for trade, and they can be imported into the country. So if it is that is a device as falls under the legal metrology realm, before it is imported into the country, they would have to have a pattern approval or an approved pattern approval that's recognized by TTBS. Right. This is just some other aspects that we spoke of the legal metrology aspects. Right. Another activity of legal metrology is surveillance. So what happens is that every prepackaged item that you would purchase, you would see that there is a net weight or a volume of it. So what is usually done is that the legal metrology, they would sample some goods and they would verify the quantity of goods that the package says that it contains. Right. Again, this is just in terms of metrology and measurement. So so we wouldn't look at the calories that's in a bottle of Coca-Cola or anything like that. But what we would look at is the quantity, right? So if it's 500 milliliters, we assure that it is 500 milliliters within some tolerance also. industrial metrology, again, this is generally the process of calibration, right? So what is done is that we assess equipment, and we basically just look at the accuracy of the equipment. And how that's done is by a comparison. So in essence, what I like to say is that a calibration is just a comparison. So there are a lot of misconceptions about what calibration is or what metrology is. And a lot of people, they confuse the term calibration and adjustment. So they assume that a calibration is an adjustment. So that's not always the case. In some cases it can be, but a calibration is one process and an adjustment is a separate process, right? So there are many different ways in which we assess these measuring equipment when we calibrate an equipment. So for example, if it is that we had to calibrate a liquid glass thermometer, right? There isn't much we can do with a liquid glass thermometer other than say what our standard temperature is and what the thermometers, the liquid glass thermometer reads. There's nothing else that you could do with it. So we can say that it either it is accurate, or in fact we could we can say that we can let you know what the correction is for the thermometer, but whether or not it is acceptable for the end user is to be determined by the user themselves, right? So again, so the aspects of industrial metrology, we would do the calibration of measuring instruments, testing of products. I'm not sure why this is here, but we deal basically with the measurements themselves and how they are used and applied. We also advise people as to types of equipment that would be more applicable to their use. Sometimes, or more times than not, we have people that purchase equipment only to realize that the only way to do a calibration or to do an adjustment on these items is back to the manufacturer. And sometimes this type of activity can get quite expensive. So some manufacturers, they have proprietary software, or they may be connected in such a way that it can only be calibrated by the manufacturer, right? And again, with the advent of COVID and restrictions on travel and movement of goods, it's difficult to always send the equipment abroad to be calibrated. Right, this is a demonstration of metrology in everyday life. Again, David would have mentioned things like the radar guns for determining speed when you purchase gasoline. I know David always complains that Trinidad has the cheapest gasoline ever. So now, David, we importing gasoline now. So we actually is even more important to the end user that they get what they pay for. And again, in terms of health, we have the measurements of blood pressure, and that should be it for me for now. Is there any questions anybody has? Let me see. Any questions in the chat, anyone?
Not seeing any questions in the
Avinash,
chat.
hi.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned ISO 9001 and ISO 17025. Could you just say what those are and what they're supposed to do?
Okay, so ISO 17025 and 9001, they are both international standards as ISO standards. So 9001 is primarily a management standard. So it's a certification of a company or an organization that they are capable of doing whatever it is that they can do. So a lot of the companies, ISO 9001 has a requirement that if it is that they're using an instrument to make measurements for whatever process it is, that they would need to have this calibrated. Now, it's not as strict as, say, ISO 17025, which is what was the title again? Is it competence in the testing and calibration laboratories? Demonstrate.
Yes, in relation is the quality management system, particularly for testing and calibration laboratories. The theme, I think, the title, I don't remember, but it's QMS for testing labs, calibration labs.
Right.
So it would govern most of our clients who is on today.
Yeah, so they would have a lot stricter requirements in terms of the calibration of the equipment and how it's calibrated, where it's calibrated, how often it's calibrated, and the way that their records are kept as well.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right. I guess I'm up next to Bat. Right. So thank you very much, Avinash. So I get the not so distinguished honor of presenting on the international system of units to what seems to be a large audience of academia who I'm sure are extremely versed on their units of measurements. But not only that, in the Caribbean, most of us would have started learning the SI from primary school. So although day to day we still, I mean, occasionally you go to the market, you hear a pound of this and, you know, whatever other measurements that are still in use in trade, we're still very versed on the SI. But nonetheless, we didn't want to make the assumption that persons were aware of what's going on. So we will take the time to go through the SI with you. So one of the major issues why this unit of measurements that we refer to generally as the SI, the International System of Units, came about was because measurements as we knew it when mankind started were based on properties generally of some human, then including, you know, some physical condition or some weather condition. But generally, you know, a foot was the foot of the ruler at the time, you know, or the span was the measurement from the smallest finger to the largest finger, right? A cubit, measurement from the elbow to the arm, right? A yard, you know. So all of these measurements were based on someone, and we can imagine the issues there, right? They would vary from person to person. None of us are exactly the same. And it created some challenges with regards to trade as we began to buy and sell and barter products and commodities, between nations and between regions. Right, so this lack of standardization presented a challenge to trade. So, you know, a bushel of wheat here might be different from a bushel of wheat somewhere else. But in our world, it also created a major challenge as it relates to scientific research and cooperation. I couldn't just automatically take a paper published in Trinidad and take it to, Germany and recreate the experiment and get the same results, because we might have been using different measurement units, right? And also, if we're using the same measurement units, they could be different, right? Microgram here might be a little bit more, a little bit less than a microgram somewhere else. So what it created the need for us to do was to harmonize these measurements. And one of the first things, the fundamental things that we harmonized was mass, right? And this was done by creating a block of platinum, or a number of blocks that we said by convention is equal to 1 kg, right? And these were created back when the International Bureau of Weights and Measures came about. 1875, I believe, was when we officially, the BIPM officially was established. But we had all of these blocks of platinum that were made from the same batch, right? A number of member states held them. If I'm not mistaken, I think in the beginning it was 7, but I could be wrong, right? And these blocks of platinum were stored under very secure conditions, under bell jars to isolate them from the elements, and very sophisticated balances, scales were created to allow us to determine the mass of these blocks of platinum in vacuum, right? So you have 2 pictures there from 2 of the leading manufacturers of these devices, Metrology and Sartorius. And those are the balances that the larger NMIs would use to determine the mass of that block of that 1 kg international prototype of the kilogram, the IPK. But over time, what they noticed was happening was that there was a drift, right? So because it was based on a physical artifact, although they were made from from the same batch, they were just replicas of each other. Every now and then they would take them out and compare them, right? If Germany had one, the US had one, whoever else had another IPK. And over 100 years, they noticed a drift of about 50 micrograms between these specimens that were being compared. So for day-to-day life, 50 micrograms is, neither here nor there. But those of us in chemistry could imagine that 50 micrograms could be significant depending on what we're analyzing, right? And what compound or what element we're trying to identify, and the quantity of that, right? And the impact of this kilogram, this variation, could also influence the ampere, the mole, and the candela, right? So it wasn't only just isolated to changing for itself, but it would also impact how we define and how we realize those 3 other units of measurement. So this was an issue, right? And the metrology world got together, started doing tons of research in how can we reduce this issue. Well, not reduce, get rid of this issue as it relates to the drift. Because one of the fundamental things we want to do is to create units of measurements that are replicable, easy to reproduce in any part of the world. They're usually based on some physical property or some physical phenomenon that, yes, you will need sophisticated equipment, so in some cases, to create that environment, but it can be done, right? It's not based on a physical artifact. So what ended up happening was internationally, there were 2 at the beginning competing experiments that were happening. And eventually they did converge and created agreement, which is why we now have the new SI. But one of the experiments that were being done is based on the Watt balance, which was later renamed the Kibble balance, right? And basically, in its pure form, it's an equal balance, right? But we're equating the mass, comparing the mass, with electrical current that's being flowed through magnets and all of that to balance this equal arm. So this is now one of the experiments that were being done for a number of years by our colleagues, I think the US, the UK, and a couple of other NMIs were at the forefront of this experiment. And then the other competing experiment was the Avogadro experiment, in which our friends in Germany grew a number of balls of silicon, and they were actually counting the number of atoms in these balls. Well, obviously weighing them to equate them, have them at 1 kg, and then determining the number of atoms within this sphere, the silicon spheres. After a lot of work, the two experiments started to converge, they started to agree with each other, and this gave the scientists comfort in knowing that, okay, you know, we have enough scientific evidence to redefine the SI and to get rid of that old issue that we faced back then. So what we have now, as of I think the official agreement was 2018, the new version of the SI is now based on constants of nature, right? Things that can be reproduced wherever we are. I mean, obviously provided the conditions are correct. So instead of, for example, the kilogram, we're now defining mass based on the Planck constant, right? Most of the rest of them were already defined by constants. For example, we know Avogadro's constant, ampere being defined now by elementary charge, Boltzmann's constant for temperature, for the second, the splitting frequency of a cesium atom, and luminous intensity, we're looking for the candela, we're using the luminous efficacy of monochromatic radiation. Right, so this is the new SI. And so by definition, this is what the SI looks like. And we have them divided, the SI is divided into two classes, right? We have the base units, 7 base units of the SI, right? And then based on these base units, we have derived units, which generally are a combination of these base units. So for the second, as we know it, right, it's defined here based on the transition frequency of cesium-133 atom, right? And that is the exact definition there of a second in relation to that. But in practical terms, how do we realize the units that we take for granted, which is time, right? We give little thought to it, that the time is right, and we'll argue about whose time is more accurate and where to find time from. But throughout the world, there's actually a network of various clocks, most of them being cesium clocks, a few rubidium clocks. The picture on the left shows the layout of these clocks as they are within our hemisphere. And then the pic on the right shows a number of those clocks throughout the rest of the world. But in our side of the world, the white ones, I believe, are cesium clocks, and then the others are maybe rubidium and other forms. Right? But these all feed into one network that is managed by our friends at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, the BIPM. And that's how we come up with this. We have this concept of UTC, right? Our coordinated time that we use as reference for our daily activities, right? What time this meeting starts, what time it should end, what time I need to get to lunch, whatever it is, right? I should actually just take the opportunity while I'm here on the issue of time to show you one, our partners in North America, their website, which you could use as reference if you ever have concerns about what is the time, right? Our friends in at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. They have a website, nist.time.gov, right, which also, in addition to stating the various times throughout the US, it also, on the right side, allows you to look on your device clock, what it's reading, and also how much it is off by, right? So mine is 31 seconds fast, right? So just for your information, additional bit of knowledge there. So you can feel free to visit NIST website, and every now and then if you need to adjust your clocks or whatever it is, you can use that. Right. Next unit of measurement is the meter, right? And before it was based, a good number of years ago, it was based on some physical distance. Now it's based on the distance, speed of, well, light travels, right? Within a particular time frame. Kilogram, as you said before, is now defined based on the Planck constant. Right. And these changes to the SI for our day-to-day life will not make a significant difference, right? Because one of the efforts that were made with the redefining the SI was to keep the values the same as much as possible, but to reference constants instead of artifacts or physical distances between things. So for us, it will not be a major change. However, within the scientific community and definition-wise and what we work with, this will definitely be important. And then especially in economies where this level of research is directly related to their technological development and manufacturing, then yes, it will play an important role as we get smaller measurement uncertainties for their measurements that they're doing at the nano level. The ampere measurement is defined here, again in relation to our elementary charge, E. And then our unit of measurement for temperature, which is the Kelvin, right, being defined in relation to Boltzmann constant. Mole, the definition there stays pretty much the same, and especially in relation to Avogadro's constant. So no major change there. And then candela for luminous intensity. This is our definition. And all of this information on the revised SI can be found on the International Bureau of Weights and Measures website. They've done significant work at redesigning their website, making it a little more user-friendly and putting more information out there. Before, a lot of information was, it might have not been so easy to navigate, or some of it was before private. But now there's just a lot of resource on the International Bureau of Weights and Measures website, which I encourage you all to go on to take a look, see what is there and how it can help you, especially our friends in academia, but then for the rest of us who are in a lab environment. Then we have the derived units, right? So we have 22 derived units with special names and symbols, and we use them quite often. And then we have other examples of derived units that we use from day to day, right? Another important part is the prefixes that we use for our units of measurements, right? This is something that I'm sure we learned in maybe primary school, right? And we use the terms day to day, giving little thought to what they mean, right? I mean, phone companies and technology companies throw around these terms, especially as it relates to our data or storage capacity for phones or other devices, right? But this is all where it's based on, right? These prefixes that are used before the units of measurement. So let's quickly go through some rules, right? Just to clarify how we write the SI, right? So symbols are written in lowercase unless they are derived from a proper name, right? So meter should never be capital, second should never be big capital S, right? The only unit of measurement that has this exception is liter, right? Where you can either use a capital or lowercase l. And for the obvious reason, sometimes just having a lowercase l can be misinterpreted to be a 1 or something else, right? So for the liter, we can use capital L there, right? Sorry, right? We only use one prefix before the unit of measurement, right? So nanometer is NM. You would not use some other combination of the two, milli, micro, you'd never do that. We use only one prefix, right? There should be a space left between the number and the symbol, right? So never 10M with them squashed up with no space, but rather 10 space M, right? The symbols are not abbreviations. So we do not need to add a period or a dot after we state a unit. For example, CM dot would not be permissible, would not be according to the rules. It's just 75 CM, that's it, right? And we never pluralize our units of measurement. We never have CMS or KMS. That S at the end might be misinterpreted to be seconds, which is another complete unit, right? So we just leave the unit, their symbol as is, right? No pluralization, right? When we're putting units together though, right? What we'd want to do is if there are multiples of it, if they're being multiplied, their products, right? We'd want to leave a space between the two units or use a dot, a centered dot, a half-centered dot, right? To signify that we're multiplying, in the example below, Newton times meter, right? If we put the two of them together, it could be misinterpreted as a prefix of, a prefix in relation to the meter, right? So we use N space M or N dot M to signify Newton meter, right? In the case where we're dividing, there's a division between the units, right? We can use a slash. So it'll be meter over second, or we use the superscript scientific notation there of ms to the minus 1 for meter per second. Right, we never use abbreviations. So SEC does not mean second when you are writing units of measurements properly, right? Though we see it a lot. SQ.mm does not mean square millimeters, though we see it a lot, right? We'd either use millimeter to the second power or we write it out, right? CC, which we see throughout, especially the automotive industry, technically is not in adherence to the rules of using the SI, right? We would either use CM cubed, right? But day to day, you'll see CCs used a lot, right? You're buying a new car and they'll tell you it's a 1500 cc or 2000 cc, whatever it is, right? And MPS does not mean meter per second. Per P does not exist as it relates to SI units of measurement. We'll write it correctly, M/S, or write out meter per second, right? There's also no need to hyphenate between when writing out the name of the unit of measurement with its prefix. We just simply write it as milligram. There's no need to put a dash or a space or anything in there, right? So quick review. 7 base units of the SI, what are they? And what major change, well, I need to reword that question now. What major change came about in 2018? Anybody wants to give it a shot just to not hear either my voice or Avinash's voice? Everybody remembers the 7 base units? Should be easy.
Maybe we should give out prizes.
Yeah, but how do I give prizes electronically? And I didn't think of that. It's a good idea, Sarah.
Kudo, bragging rights. Come on, everybody. Somebody.
Yeah. One of the challenges of being in a virtual environment is you see yourself as a facilitator a lot, but not hear from everybody else. So you guys can, if you prefer, throw it in the chat, right? 7 base units, and what was a major change that happened in 2018 with the SI? Kenny, you're going to make a stab at it? Kenny, seeing your mic on. Okay, you turn off your mic.
Okay. All right. One of the mic is back on. We had the kilogram, right? We had the time. We had the meter.
Which is, what's the base unit for time? What's the base unit for time?
Time will end up being the, oh boy, no, I forgot.
Easy.
Shit. The time was for, I got to mix that one up. The meter, meter I mentioned earlier was, that is with the speed of light.
Yeah, so you don't need, you don't need to give me the definition, but I'm just saying the units. So the unit itself was a meter. Good job.
Okay. What the question you asked me was what?
If you remember the base units, so you don't have to give me all of them.
Okay.
Right? We can share with somebody else.
Okay. The base unit. We had time a second. We had meter. We had kilogram.
Right.
We had lumen.
The scandella. So we're at 4. Right, so anybody else want to help Kenny with the other 3? So you got 4. Thanks, Kenny. Appreciate hearing somebody else. And we have the bright sparks in the chat saying, Neela says the major change was we moved away from physical references to using calculated constants. Great. So we moved away from that. So we know everything's based on some constant of nature. But remember the other 3 though, we have, yeah, at the top of my head. Yeah. So we missed mole, right? Kelvin for temperature, and ampere, right? So those are the 7 base units. So thank you guys. It's great to hear somebody else besides myself. And yes, we are living in a virtual environment. No, thank you. That's Jorel. Yep, sadly it is. Right. So next up, after that quick run through of the SI, we have Avinash taking us through the international structure of metrology, giving us a bit more time to look on the final 2 sections, which can be a bit longer and allow for a bit more discussion. Anybody has any questions though? Sorry, before I move on. Comments, feedback? No? All right, so cool. So I turn over to Avinash. You ready with section 4?
Before you go back.
Sorry, go ahead, Kenny.
I have a question.
Sure.
Seeing that light is used as a means to determine distance, according to the environment that the medium through light that light passes through, would that not affect the the measurement, so to speak?
Yes, it would. So there is something called, again, it's a French acronym, and
That was me, Avinash.
oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a again, it's French, but it's something called the mesure in pratique. I'm not sure if my French is not that good, but so this document, it says that how it is you realize the SI unit itself. So those are all free documents, and we will probably just give you a reference where you can go download them for free. But this, the mesure in pratique for the meter, it would tell you how you set up the experiment, what conditions you need to have. So it would be the definition, can't remember right now, but is light in a vacuum. And the conditions in which you need to create the experiment itself. So from as detailed as the air temperature and humidity in your room that you're doing the experiment to the vibration on the table that you set up the experiment on. So there's it sounds simple, but there's actually quite a lot of conditions that goes into the actual definition itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, Kenny. So yeah, although the units are based on constants that we can reproduce, obviously the setup to get them to exist can be a bit involved, right? And a lot of times that includes doing things in vacuum, and the environmental conditions are a very critical part of that. I mean, all of our labs, our metrology labs in the region are aware of this because that is one of the things we're constantly chasing, right? The expense to have the environmental conditions we need for even simple measurements like weighing, you know, it can be very detailed, right? So these are all limiting factors for developing countries like ourselves, right? Creating the conditions. And quite often, although our industries desire some of these measurement services, it's best for us to source them outside where the cost of maintaining them is lower than we will face if we set it up here. But we'll try always to develop services that are demand oriented and sustainable first, and then partner with our friends or within the network to provide these services, which is the next section that Avinash will present on. But making note that even if, for example, you need something from TTBS and they cannot offer it, they are actually one of the best references to be able to find that service from anywhere within the world, right? Just by contacting a colleague. So Avinash will walk us through the international structure of, well, the organization and structure of metrology, how we work together as metrology institutes, to give you a better idea of how all of that comes together. Avinash?
So I decided to try something a little bit different. So instead of a lot of slides, we do, well, in keeping with the Caribbean theme, I think it's pertinent that we start with the Caribbean, right? So where we all are, somewhere inside this little map. And I'm sure the meteorology community among us would be very familiar with maps and GIS data and all these different satellite imagery and stuff like that. But well, in my presentation, I'll try to be as brief as I could, is to discuss how metrology is organized. So one of the things that I like to say is that metrology is a fundamental science. So it pervades the entire society. And it's akin to a pearl necklace. You know, everybody sees the pearls, but nobody sees the string. So that string is what metrology is likened to. So it's always there. It keeps everything together, but it's very rarely seen. And unfortunately, as with David's first presentation, the only time we really see drawbacks or failings in metrology is when things go wrong. So one of the things with metrology is that it is a global community, as it were. The science itself is all pervading. So there's no difference between a kilogram in Trinidad to a kilogram in Cuba or Japan, or ideally in any case. So one of the mechanisms in which this is done is through the SI system of units itself. So the SI system was signed via treaty in Paris. And out of that treaty, there was an organization that was established called the BIPM, right? Again, it's in French, and the BIPM is located on the outskirts of Paris. So we could actually take a virtual plane ride across to Paris, and we can see the BIPM's building itself. Now, the BIPM is an international organization that has the responsibility of coordinating the realization and improvement of measurements worldwide. So as David would have said, the SI unit would have been changed. The actual documents would have been signed in 2018, and it would have come into implementation in 2019. Now, I said this was one of the biggest changes that we had to the SI units ever. But there were always changes to the SI unit. So at one point in time, the SI unit was the SI unit for the meter was defined by platinum iridium meter bar, right? Just as the kilogram was defined by platinum weight itself, a physical artifact. And we moved from this platinum iridium bar, a meter bar, to another definition. It escapes me right now. And it went through several iterations until it settled on the speed of light itself, right? Now, this is one of the activities of the BIPM, is that they do the research and the research itself and coordination of these definitions of what the unit themselves are, right? So the BIPM, just to let you know that the BIPM, it currently has 58 member states and 41 associates. And Sarah, could you remind me what CARICOM falls under?
We're in associate economy.
Associate economy, but we are a member. We are a member as the Caribbean, so we are not. It's not a Trinidad membership or Barbados membership. It's a CARICOM membership.
Right. So 11 of us are together under this. Jamaica is the only one that's separate within the quote unquote CARICOM economic union.
Right. Additionally, in the legal metrology realm, there's also an international organization for legal metrology. Right, so they have a similar setup. So again, is the acronym is in French, so it's OIML, but the translation is International Organization of Legal Metrology, right? So the lettering is a little bit mixed up, right? Now, from these, from the international organization, the BIPM and the OIML, we have regional groupings. So, so if we look at a bigger picture of the world, it's too big. Okay, so we have what's called AfriMet, the African nation of metrology organizations. We have Euromet, the European Organization of Metrology. We have it's KUMET, so that's the Russian and the Russian Federation, basically. We have APMP, which is the Asia Pacific Metrology Organization. And the newest metrology organization is GulfMet. So the Gulf countries, they also have a metrology organization. And lastly, we have what's called SIM. So the Inter-American Association for Metrology. This time, the acronym is in Spanish. So we have metrology organizations from as far north as Canada to as far south as Argentina. Now, the Caribbean, we belong within this SIM grouping. And as David would have said, there are many different types of measurements and measurement science that exist, from anything that you could think of. So it's actually impossible for one NMI to even have all these different types of measurements. So if there's something that we are not able to do, and there's quite a lot of things that we are not able to do, we can draw on our knowledge or our expertise from the rest of the SIM working group or SIM metrology group. So I remember, I think it was Atma, was it you? Had asked about the calibration of solar radiation meters.
Yes, solar irradiation, yes.
Right, the solar irradiation and the wind turbines, wind speed, right?
Correct.
So the solar irradiation, I'm not too sure about it in particular, but I do know that Mexico has a pretty large wind tunnel, and they are able to do calibrations on wind speed, what's it called, and anemometers, and the different types of anemometers, the hot wire anemometers and the bladed ones. So they actually do calibrations of those devices in Mexico on a regular basis. So they have this extremely large wind tunnel. It's about the length of our building as it is right now, right? So we can see where we can assist with any measurement related issue that you may have. So just to come back a little bit, within the SIM metrology region, we have sub-regions. And our sub-region, we have, in SIM, we have subdivided into NORAMET, which is the North American countries, so Canada, US, and Mexico. CARMET, the Central American countries. ANDIMET, the Andean countries, so Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia. SURAMET, the South American countries, or South American countries, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile. And of course, we have CARIMET, the Caribbean region. Right? Again, I mentioned in each country, there is a National Metrology Institute, or however it's named. And within each country, there is a designated metrology institute. In Trinidad, it's the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. Right? And the task of the National Metrology Institute would be the definition of internationally accepted units of measurement at a national level. So we so we do a lot of outreach programs such as this one. So we encourage the use of the SI system where possible. Sometimes because, again, because of different agreements, we may have to use industry recognized units, so Fahrenheit for temperature or PSI for pressure. The maintenance and development of measurement standards for units of measurement according to national needs. So we, again, for us to calibrate someone's equipment, we first of all need to have the capability to do so. That capability would depend on a lot of things, but basically we would need to have a measurement standard that would be appropriate for the calibration of that instrument. So if it is that you wanted to get a digital calibrator, a digital thermometer calibrated, we wouldn't use a liquid in glass thermometer to perform that calibration, right? Generally, you wouldn't find liquid in glass thermometers with that degree of accuracy to perform a calibration on those devices. Excuse me, right? The dissemination of traceability to the users of our service. So David would speak a little bit about traceability again in the formal sense. I know I've been throwing the word traceability around, but we sometimes take it for granted. Not granted. We sometimes take it for granted that we have our own vocabulary, and we assume that a lot of people know what we're talking about, right? So again, in the spirit of the dissemination of measurements, we seek to provide a reliable source we seek to maintain progress and reliability to the metrology, to the society, and science and economy. So again, it's good that we have a lot of representatives from the academic community. Again, we haven't really had much interaction in terms of calibration or even advice on measurements itself that you guys are doing. Right. There's just a little bit of the activities of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. Again, the NMI for Trinidad and Tobago, but it's basically it goes across the Caribbean and to all the NMIs of the region to champion the development of national quality infrastructure and improvement for the competitiveness and sustainable development of the country, right? So that's more or less it. So again, the structure of metrology is pretty simple. It's a hierarchy. So it starts off with an international organization, regional organizations, sub-regional organizations, and then national metrology organizations for each country. So any questions? Anybody?
All right, so if I may compliment Avinash's presentation. Thanks, Avinash. Since we're a little bit ahead of our schedule, right, and we do want to take a break, so I'm suggesting we take a break at 11 to give people a chance to go get a coffee, to to do whatever they need to do from like 11 to 11:15. We should be able to wrap this up before 1 p.m. Since we only have 2 sections left. But what I wanted to do to complement that is just show you one of the major activities that are undertaken by the BIPM that is available, that is visible to all of you, right? It's just that persons may not be aware that it exists, right? But this is the International Bureau of Weights and Measures website. And under the heading of international equivalence, there's actually a mutual recognition agreement that underpins all of our work internationally as it relates to demonstrating our capability to measure. Right, we're very used to the term of accreditation, right? And there are a couple of medical labs with us here today. So you're very aware of the process that goes into being accredited to ISO 17025, right? The audits and all of that good stuff. There's actually a parallel process or a comparable process that is available only to national metrology institutes and designated institutes that allows them to demonstrate their capability as members of the BIPM, right? In its very simplest terms, it's a big boys club, but not like that. But in the sense of your peers, is a peer-reviewed process, right? Those in academia would be very much aware of that, right? Familiar with that, right? It's a peer-reviewed process where other NMIs review your work, and through a systematic process, you're able to demonstrate to the world what you're capable of doing, right? And this mutual recognition agreement allows us to recognize the capabilities of our other NMIs throughout the world. And this is housed within a database called the Key Comparison Database, maintained by the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. So this is it, right? And you saw Avinash speak about the different regions: SIM, Euromet, GulfMet, COOMet, APMP, Afromets, right? And it tells you how many CIPM MRA participants there are, 281, how many CMCs there are. And this means calibration and measurement capability, right? This is the number of individual postings that NMIs have made demonstrating their capability in whichever area of measurement, right? Then routinely we do things called intercomparisons, interlaboratory comparisons, right, within ourselves, where we send around an artifact or a sample. Everybody measures it. Data is sent back to one central pilot laboratory, and it's analyzed to demonstrate the comparability of these measurements. And these are published in an academic paper, right, which is again available for the world to see. Right, so I wanted to show you this website and to show you some of what happens there, because in addition to going through TTBS, which is the best route because you actually have a human contact and we're able to get you in contact with somebody, for example, in Mexico at Sinam, right? But you can also look here to see if that country has the capability that you require, right? So right now, our member states are in process of trying to publish CMCs on the BIPM website. Jamaica so far is the only one to have published CMCs on the BIPM website, right? Trinidad and Tobago and a couple of other labs in Jamaica also use accreditation as another means to prove this capability. And why they would do that, just to explain, that accreditation is faster, right? So I can get an accreditation body in to audit my things and get that done. This process is a bit more lengthy because it requires presenting your quality management system to the hemisphere, to SIM, defending it from everybody. Everybody gets a chance to go through it critically to analyze it. Actually, Sarah Knox, who is with us today, represents CARICOM on the Quality System Task Force at SIM. So she has the opportunity to see other member states' quality management systems, to criticize them, to critique them, to question them. And once they've been through that process of being accepted, then there's another process now where you have to demonstrate your technical capability. And this is actually submitted through through a committee of the BIPM to 2 other regions to review. So in the case where it comes from SIM, if Trinidad, who is now in process, by the way, to publish their first CMC in mass, right? what would happen is that technical capability, that package demonstrating their technical capability would be sent to 2 other regions. It could be Euromet, it could be CUMET, it could be GulfNet. All right, and they would go through to thoroughly analyze Trinidad's technical capability. Once they're okay with it and give their approval, then you get to this stage of publishing your actual CMC. So if I search right now for Jamaica, you'll see that Jamaica has 22 CMCs, all of them in mass, right? Jamaica has a long history of a very strong mass laboratory, right? And this clearly puts out to the world, once you know where it is, you can literally come through and see for each mass piece what their uncertainty is and all of the conditions around which they were able to do it, right? Similarly, if you wanted to do an advanced search in some area, so some of you might be chemists, right? You might be interested in some chemical, you know, something related to chemistry, some analyte, right? So it could be foods, right? Well, I need to actually put in some analyte in that, right? But whatever it is, you can actually go into the advanced search setting and find the capability, the countries with that capability that you need. Or if you're investigating a particular country, you can go and check what their capability is, right? Panama. So recently I did a search for Panama because we were looking for a partner to help us develop capability in Trinidad, actually, to publish CMCs for temperature and humidity, right? So I would go through here and to see if Panama has that capability, and then to request their assistance to support Trinidad and Tobago. Another part of this website I'd like to show you is the comparisons side of it, right? These intercomparisons are done routinely to support your submission for a CMC. You have to demonstrate to both to SIM and also to the other regions what your measurements look like in comparison to the others, right? So one example of a comparison that we did in the region, so we have one that's closing out right now, which we did a comparison of a 20 liter approval, a 20 liter volumetric measure that we sent around. So that's been ongoing. That started in 2015. We're now in the process of waiting approval for that one. But we also did one in 2009, 2010 on mass. And this is actually published in Metrology, which is the official publication of the metrology community. And this is so these papers, the actual published paper is available at a click, right? You literally have access to see what the capabilities are based on all the comparisons that are done. So who participated in this was Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and Barbados. And it takes you through everything from the actual calibration objects, right? And then actually how the comparison was done, the scheme that was used, what route it took, the calculations, the equations, everything is listed there. And then the results are also posted, right? During the process itself, no one knows each other's values. Obviously, we don't want to jeopardize the result at the end. So everything's anonymous until the second draft of this document is prepared for everyone to review. When your values are basically locked in, right? There's no change in what your measurements are. And so all of this is usually analyzed by one of the countries. And then we get a comparison here, which is a bit more visual, right? A bit more visual, and to show you the measurement uncertainties, where they measured each of these points. So if you look on this graph, you'll see this is measurements done by all participants on the 2 kg mass piece, right? And the blue values are, I think, the reference lab, right, the pilot lab for this case, which was Jamaica. I think Jamaica was a pilot lab for this. So these are the values that they got, right? The arrow here, right? And then the uncertainty is the band, the big band in some cases that you see, right? So some countries were a lot tighter, right? For example, Trinidad and Tobago in comparison to Jamaica, the uncertainties were a little bit wider, right? In an absolute sense, looking on this, people might be horrified and go, oh my goodness, it's terrible. That's not necessarily what this is showing you, right? It is a very important tool for laboratories to understand where they are in relation to each other, a development tool to say, okay, I need to reanalyze my uncertainty budget to find out where the major contributors are, to close that down, to close down the error. Right, and we look on in my presentation coming up next, those terms of error and uncertainty. And then Avinash will give you a quick introduction to measurement uncertainty. But as I said, this information is out there for anyone who wants to actually look at it, right? It might be of interest to the academic community because this gives you an insight in real terms in what we do from day to day, right? Some of the things that Avinash has to do to demonstrate his capability in temperature. And so although we might not have CMCs published for some of these things right now, all of these things are in train, are being done. Comparisons, you know, we're putting together our quality management systems. We're working with our peers. So we do have recognition from our peers. But to get to this point now, as a region, we're taking active steps over the next 5 years to get more of our NMIs publishing their CMCs on the key comparison database. So feel free when you have time, go on the BIPM website, you know, look around. There's other information about the SI and books that might be good resources, brochures and free information that might be good resources for teaching, right? That you could pull. Our information is for use. Once you're teaching, once you're supporting the metrology community to grow, I've never seen any issues with copywriting regards to using those books for education, right? We're here to support human knowledge growing, right? So please feel free to take your time and look around the website and see what is going on. SIM also has a website, right? SIM has not gone through some major changes recently where they have now established as an international organization. Before they were funded by the OAS. Now they're being funded by member state contributions, and there are various things that are available for you to view. The technical committees, the quality system task force procedure. There's also information about various technical committees that we have within SIM that look on various metrology technical areas, whether it's mass chemistry, you know, all of these working groups are led by experts throughout the hemisphere in their particular area, right? Many of them PhDs are professors at their local universities, right? So the link between academia is very important. And as we now look to strengthen that going forward, it would be very, very beneficial to see how we can incorporate this into Carimet as we go forward. But I'll take a stop here. And we will give everybody an opportunity to stretch their legs, get some coffee, use the restroom, whatever it is that you need to do. And we will resume at 11:15 if that's okay with everyone. Right, so 11:15, we are back to finish the last two sections, okay?
Great, David.
Sounds good.
All right, so see you all at 11:15 sharp.
Eastern Caribbean.
All right, everybody ready to resume? Yep, great stuff. Thank you very much for staying with us. So we'll pick up where we left off. But before we did that, I was looking back through the chat, and I know we missed a question. The question reads, if a kg mass is inaccurate, how can it be adjusted? Should it be discarded? So it depends on the type of mass piece, and it depends on the accuracy class of the mass piece. Right? Can it be adjusted? Yes, it can. Some mass pieces come with a cavity that allows you to add weight to it. Right? This is generally up to, I think, like F2 class masses that allow you to do this. Give me 1 second. Let me find the lead. Let me carry you to the website of our partner that's responsible for this. Right. So here we have the International Bureau. Sorry, the International Organization of Legal Metrology. They actually are the ones who publish the recommendation as it relates to mass pieces. And though it's a recommendation, this is what we use throughout for mass standards that we calibrate and that we also use for internal purposes. The standard here is, the recommendation here is R111, right? And in that recommendation, all of this is free. All of the recommendations and standards that are available from OML are accessible to you guys without cost, right? R111 is the one for weights and classes of weights. And there are generally 3 classes of weights that we use: E for extra fine, F for fine, and M for medium. All right. The standard also, behave yourself, tells us what the requirements are for each accuracy class. So let me just take you there very, very, very quickly. Just to explain that for the fine, I think F2 down, some of them are manufactured with cavities that can be adjusted. You can open a cavity, have weight added to it, and it brought back up to whatever weight it should be, nominal value it should be, within the limits of error. However, there are some that cannot. And what that would mean is that you wouldn't necessarily have to discard it, depends on the level of damage it has. What you could do is use it as at a lower accuracy class. So if you had a weight that was at, say, F2, the class below that would be M class. So it could be M1, M2, M3. What you could do is have it calibrated still by the BNS, by the TTBS, and used at a lower accuracy class once that accuracy class meets your needs. So a lot of it is not straight cut, like you cannot use and you should not use, right? But you should look on what the uncertainties are and the tolerances are for any device that you're looking to purchase, and ask the question, does it fit my needs? Sometimes what we do is we buy the most expensive device because we have resources to do that, and it's way above the needs of what we have. So we in effect waste some resources that we could use otherwise, you know. So that's very important for us to look on. Yeah, Avinash, you wanted to say something.
So this is well, this is actually a pound weight, but these can be adjusted if you take them out. Let's get this out. So this is actually a little cavity that you can add or remove weight from it.
Yep.
It didn't fall.
So especially as it relates to weights, I'd want to make the point here that handling of them is very, very important. I have had the pleasure of visiting labs and other institutions. And when I look on the weights that they're using to check their scales daily, and it's like, what are you people doing with them? They are scratched up. They are just like totally mishandled. So the major thing I would suggest, especially when it comes to weights, to try and save them and preserve them is, one, don't use your bare hands to use them, to touch them, please. Use gloves, even if it means a simple pair of latex gloves. Don't use your bare hands. The acids on your hands can affect them. Don't throw them around. They're big blocks of metal, but don't just randomly have them thrown and, treat them with care. They're highly polished pieces of, I think they're pieces of art, but they're high-end device equipment. So please don't use your hands to take them up. Avoid as much as possible contact with other, substances that could change the properties of the weight. But no, you don't have to discard them. Some can be adjusted, and you can use them at a lower accuracy class if that is acceptable for what you're doing. If not, then you might have to buy another set at the accuracy class that you need, but please take very good care of them, right? Avoid scratching them, dropping them. We actually had just a short story. We actually had a issue which almost threatened an intercomparison, where our good friends in the US Customs decided to check if one of our mass pieces were hollow. I don't know if they thought we were trying to smuggle narcotics in it. And somebody took a hammer to our weights. And that was a major issue for us. We actually lost, I think the 1 milligram piece was lost in travel with that also. I guess he decided to open it and this tiny piece just fell out. And yeah, so please be very careful of how you use your mass pieces. Okay, great. So let's get back into the swing of things. Share screen. Anybody, any questions? Sorry, let me, right before I go ahead. Anybody has any questions or comments while we're on that? No? All right, cool. So let's continue. Let's press on. Metrology definitions and concepts. So there are two very important documents that guide our world. Well, I'm actually showing you two versions of the same document. There's another one for legal metrology. But you can get both of these free of charge on either the BIPM website or the OIML website. And this is what they are, right? The International Vocabulary of Metrology, Basic and General Concepts and Associated Terms. We just call it the VIM, right? There's another document that is horrible reading called the GUM, the Guide to Uncertainty in Measurement. Unless you would like to, I mean, if you're really mathematically inclined, I encourage you to download it and have a go at it. But generally, most of us don't just sit down and read the GUM like that. But that's another important guide that I just like to put out there. That is also available free of cost. If you guys want to download it right now, please feel free to. But all the terms we use in our world are found here. And especially as it relates to review of recent metrology legislation, which I've been privileged to play a part in. This document is what we're using to make sure all the terms in law are technically right. All right. So please download it, keep it as reference, use it if you're teaching, use it if you're in a calibration lab and you want to be certain of what the terms mean when you get, for example, a calibration certificate. So some of the basic metrology terms that we go over are things like quantity, right? So that's the phenomenon, the property of a phenomenon, our body, our substance, right, which has some magnitude. So it's the length of a football field, it's the mass of my potatoes, it's my blood sugar level, which is, now more and more in the news with so many of our islands suffering from the negative effects of these NCDs. So everybody's watching sugar levels now and how much sugar I'm consuming, right? The quantity value is a number and reference attached to that magnitude, right? So the length of the rod is 5.3 meters, right? The mass of the orange is 0.15 kg, right? Blood sugar is 6.4 millimoles per liter. Right? Other simple definitions that we take for granted: measurement, right? Is the process of experimentally obtaining quantity values. The measurand is the quantity that we intend to measure. And the method is the generic way that we will obtain that measurement. Right? The procedure now is a step-by-step method. I will do this first, I will do this next, I will do that next. So as an example, if we were to try and measure the height of the Empire State Building in New York, right, what methods could we use to measure it? We could actually try a direct measurement, right? So somebody with a very long tape could throw it off the point and we measure the length with a tape measure. That's one measurement, one method. We could use laser distance, right? Which would be, I think, a little bit easier. Or we could use differential pressure, right? The atmospheric pressure on the ground level versus the atmospheric pressure at the top would also allow us to be able to determine the height of the Empire State Building. So there are various methods we could use, and especially our chemistry friends will be aware that there tend to be various methods for, you know, determining some analyte or some other thing, right? And they usually come with their own uncertainties, their own errors associated with them, right? So the height of the Empire State Building, you know, based on whichever method we use, could be around 443 meters or 1,454 feet. But the procedure now would be the step-by-step method we would take to determine the height of that. Measurement accuracy and measurement precision. I remember learning this in, I think, CXC. We were the first time you're exposed to just the difference in terms. And also later on in university, I guess, at the early science courses, you would have got that. But accuracy is the closest of agreement between the measured quantity value and some true quantity value. I should point out here that this concept of true value is highly theoretical. We never actually have a definite, this measures conclusively 1 centimeter. That is actually a concept only in our mind that happens, but in reality, there's always some level of doubt, uncertainty associated with any measurement we take, regardless of how sophisticated the device is, right? And as mentioned earlier, the measurement uncertainty is an expression of the quality of this measurement, right? So it's very, very important that when you are providing measurements, as again, depending on the decision and the risk, and you ensure that there's some measurement uncertainty going with it. Precision now is the closest of agreement between other various indications, right? Maybe with the same device, but generally under similar conditions. And the experiment we were taught, and a lot of you might, as academia, might have had to do with your students, is this dart experiment, right? Where you have them throw darts at a sheet of paper with, you know, a bullseye drawn on it. So on the top left, we have high precision, high accuracy, right? Where all of the repeated dart tosses, the throws, are on point and they're repeated around this point. And the distribution generally associated with that looks like that very tight bell curve, right? We're very close. The reference value is the solid line, and our mean value is the dotted line to the right of it, right? That difference between the reference value and the mean value gives us our error. The precision is the spread of the points about that mean. Then the other we would have is, if we go down first, high accuracy, low precision. So our darts are a bit more spread out, but they're generally on average around the bullseye. So we see where we have a larger spread, that bell curve got fatter, right? Our precision got wider, while our accuracy was still the same as the previous example, right? Then at the top right, we have an issue where we have low accuracy, right? So we're off the bullseye, but a very tight spread, high precision there. So if we look on the bell curve, it's now a bit more distance from the reference value, but that bell curve is still very tight, right? So we have a larger error, but a smaller distribution. And then the last scenario is low accuracy, low precision, right? That's maybe me throwing darts after a couple of drinks, right? So it's all over the place. It's not even, hitting the bullseye. And we see the distribution there, what it would look like, where you'd have the mean being very far from the reference value, but also the spread being very big. And then quite often we ask people, if you didn't have an option of high precision, high accuracy, which would be your next best option to have out of low accuracy, high precision, the top right, high accuracy, low precision, bottom left, or low accuracy, low precision, which would you choose? Open for comments, just to break up me chatting. Which would be the next best that you would choose? Anybody can open their mic and answer, please. Or type in the chat, whichever you prefer. All right, so Joel, low accuracy, high precision. All right, thank you very much for that, Joel. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Right, so that's the next best option, right? Very precise measurements, right, are ideal because you can correct for any consistent systematic error, right? It's always off, and we'll look on that next, right? But if you can't get high precision, high accuracy, your next best bet is getting high precision, right? And then compensating for that difference after having some data to back up that compensation, right? So measurement error. It's the difference between the reference value and the measured value, right? And as scientists, we learned that we have systematic errors and random errors. And all of these feed into our analysis of this thing we call measurement uncertainty. So the systematic errors, they are constant, or they vary in a predictable manner, right? So it could be everything's off by 1 volt. When I'm measuring the voltage in my house, I know my multimeter is off by 1 volt. If I see 121, I might know that, okay, it's 120. Right? Or it might vary exponentially, very consistently, and I can correct for this, right? So it could be due to some issue inherent to the machine. It could be due to misuse, just that one device that just gets used hard every day, right? Or it could be environmental, right? So because today is a little bit cooler than yesterday, the metal has contracted a bit. And so you have, at this temperature, very consistent error in my measurement, right? So they're consistent, usually proportional to the measured value, and they can be determined, some offset which can be corrected. And as I mentioned before, the example there of a voltmeter that I know is always off by 1 volt. So I can just easily correct for it. All right. On the other hand, we have random errors, which we know are the other side, which are unpredictable. We can't figure out exactly how they will behave, right? And what we see is different values, different readings from repeated measurements. We cannot compensate for them by correction, right? That is not possible because we don't even know how they will behave, right? So an example of that could be we're using calipers to measure the diameter of a shaft, depending on how much force you apply to it, right? Somebody might clamp them in really tight and get a different reading, while someone might just barely touch them. Inconsistencies in the force applied could impact the reading in a random way, right? Or impurities in some chemical substance, right? That could also be random. So in a nutshell, this is a comparison of systematic versus random errors, right? Systematic errors usually, as we said, are predictable. They affect the accuracy. So in the case of the DART example, we have a tight cluster, but they're just off, consistently off from the bullseye by this amount. You know, every time we measure, we're off. Every time we throw a dart, it hits roughly the same spot. So we have very high precision, but we have a systematic error that keeps causing us to do this. It could be my throwing arm. It could be for measuring now the device itself. It could be how I'm looking at the device. I mean, we're taught to read a meniscus, but I might consistently be looking on it at the wrong angle, right? So it could mean that the measurement result is either too high or too low. So the instrument can be adjusted, or it could be due to the measurement procedure, something else that affects it in a consistent manner. And the direction is usually one side, is always one-sided, right? It's either too high or it's too low, or it varies along that path, maybe exponentially. Whereas random errors affect our precision, right? That's spread. So a random error for throwing darts could be the wind. You know, if there's a wind passing through, you know, if we're, for example, shooting arrows, right? The strength of the wind, or if you play golf, you know, the strength of the wind could impact where the ball ends up. That's random because the gusts will vary from time to time, and that affects your precision, right? So it fluctuates, it's always random, it's not something that you can actually quantify. So in an ideal world, what you want is less random errors if you can, because these are just things that you can't account for and they'll affect your spread, right? So your value could be anywhere in between there. Whereas when you have only systematic errors or mostly systematic errors, it's easier to account for. So this brings us to a discussion, well, the start of a discussion about measurement uncertainty, right? Which is a non-negative parameter which characterizes the dispersion of quantity values about a measurand. Right? Quite often we think of measurement as an absolute thing. I measure this compound, I get X amount of you know, milligrams or micrograms of iron. We think of it in very definite terms. I measure the length of my room, and I know it's, you know, I think of exactly, you know, 5 meters is the exact measurement. When in reality, measurements are not this finite, it's not defined. Right? What we're actually doing is taking a guess as to what the reference, the actual value is. So in fact, what we're doing is like we're throwing darts at a dartboard that isn't there. We remembered where it was. So if you maybe pinned it up and then moved it, and then ask the student, okay, now throw at that dartboard, trying to hit that same bullseye, right? That's kind of what we're doing when we're taking measurements. We assume we know what the actual value is. We think we know that the room is 5 meters. We hope that our measuring tape is correct, but we're actually taking informed guesses about this property of this body. So if I were to throw a dart, for instance, one dart, right, at where I think the bullseye is, you know, I could think that definitely this is where my target lies. But if I were to start taking subsequent throws at this dartboard, this imaginary dartboard, you will see there's a variation. And in a similar way, when we're taking measurements, we take one and we say, okay, it's 1.5 kg. But depending on the sensitivity of the instrument, when we start taking more measurements, we'll see it start to vary, right? This actually gives us a better picture of where the bullseye could be. And now we see it might actually be a little bit further lower down and to the right, right? So taking multiple measurements allows us to be able to get a better picture of where this true value should be. And when we report measurements, what we're saying is, I think the value is here, and this is how confident I am that the value is there. That is why we that's why we report a measurement result and an uncertainty, right? So if you look on the chart there, the graph there, right, where we plot the frequency, where we plot the throws that we've had and their dispersion, right? So what we're saying is that if this reference value is in gold, the solid line, then the average, the mean of all of our values gives us the error. But that's only part of the information. What you now need to transmit to the person is, how confident am I in that measurement? And that is where the measurement uncertainty is. And then you can see, based on the errors that you do have, which can be a lot depending on how precise you are, right? That can affect the spread about the mean. And this is why this concept of measurement uncertainty is very important, especially as we're looking on data, especially as we're talking about calibrations. And obviously, research, it's also important there as an expression of how confident am I in the quality of what I did. So please don't forget this term. Measurement uncertainty is very important. We will have subsequent activities that will look specifically on it. Avinash will speak a little more about it later. But this is generally what it is. It's an expression of your confidence based on your analysis. And it's always an estimation. It's never just, static, right? You have to show your process of obtaining it. And there's generally, did you consider this? Did you consider that? But it's always an estimation, right? Based on your analysis of all of your influence factors. Measurement repeatability. Let me just stop here for a second in case anybody has any questions, comments, feedback. I know this was one of the topics that everybody was pretty much interested in from the pre-course evaluation. We have all good so far. Okay, cool. All right, so let's continue. So measurement repeatability, as you'd already be aware, is the precision under similar conditions, same device, same procedure, same operator, right? How we can get that same result using everything being the same, right? Procedure, system, operator, conditions, locations, all of those influence factors being the same. Whereas reproducibility now looks on being able to have that same precision under different conditions, maybe using a different measurement procedure, maybe using a different system or instrument, using a different operator. So Avinash doing a temperature calibration versus me, right? Wouldn't be the ideal situation. Or different operating conditions or different locations. Right, resolution looks on the smallest change that is perceivable of a measuring device. Quite often we think of the resolution only as the smallest indication. And I remember being taught in school that it's half of the smallest division that you can, that is there on the device. But with training, you're actually able to go lower than that with your estimation of the resolution. So resolution in the case of digital devices is pretty fixed, right? It's going to be the last unit that changes that you can see, and there's not much guess between there. Your guess is as good as mine if it's going to go from 0.001 to 0.002 grams. There's no way of guessing between there. However, with analog gauges, with training, you're able to estimate to about a fifth between markings, right? And that's something that comes with a little bit of experience of doing it regularly. But in the case of resolution, if you as an operator are able to discern this 0.2 of a unit change, then that would be the resolution for you versus the resolution of the device, which in this case would be 10 psi, I think, of the gauge on the left, right? So the range is a set of values, the extreme values, right? 0 to 200 psi range in the case of the gauge in front of you. And then the sensitivity is the change in indication based on a change in the quantity value, right? How sensitivity is how much it responds to a change in stimulus, a change in the amount of substance or the quantity being measured. MPE is something that we also speak quite often of in our scientific world, is the maximum, the extreme value of error that is permitted, right? Maybe by some standard, by some regulation, by common practice that we'd say the MPE I would like for this measurement is, 2 grams, right? And in this case, tolerance is not the same thing as the MPE, right? So the MPE is the limits of the error that are permitted, right? The extreme values of error. Right? Measurement standard in its pure form is the realization of the definition of our quantity. So in the case of our 7 SI units, base units, right? The measurement standard is whatever we use to realize that definition, right? Now, the 1 kg mass standard is no longer, well, it can be, right? But it's not the ultimate anymore. We're using other devices to do that. But for our industry, for our countries, for example, the TTBS, the BSJ, BNSI, our national measurement standards will be physical artifacts, or in the case of temperature, it will be various triple point cells that the TTBS owns that they're able to replicate some physical phenomenon. Calibration, a term that quite often gets confused because of our good friends in North America who use it to mean something else. By the technical definition, a calibration is just a mathematical comparison, right? A statement of what your measuring instrument looks like in comparison to some reference standard, right? It could be a mathematical function, it could be a diagram, it can be a curve, it can be a table, right? It can be a statement, but it establishes that relationship between the known and the unknown, right? This is my standard. I know what this looks like. I know the uncertainty for it. I know the error. I compare it with your device, and I can then tell you what yours looks like in relation to mine. It is not an adjustment. So when you send a weight piece to the TTBS for calibration, they are not going to change it in any way. They're going to literally compare it to their standards, hand you back a certificate and says, this is what it looks like. It's therefore important for you to look on that certificate and then say, okay, for my purposes, this is acceptable. It's measuring, okay, the uncertainty is fine, right? That is important. Gerald asked, could we see an example of a calibration report? Okay, I'll look for one during Avinash's presentation. I think actually I might be able to find a slide I did on calibration reports, but to show you what is entailed in a calibration report. And it's not just literally, I've seen manufacturers send you a thing with calibration written on the top with one value. And they're actually a list of requirements that must be met for an actual calibration report to be actually called such. Right? But remember, it's not an adjustment. We will not be changing your device. That's a completely different procedure. But you will get devices, especially out of North America, that will tell you to calibrate it daily. And what they mean is to adjust it to be within a certain value. So put on a 1 kg piece and you do some procedure with the scale and it, references that 1 kg piece. That is not in its true form a calibration. A calibration is establishing some mathematical relationship between two measuring instruments, right? And that's very important. And please take the time to read your calibration certificates to understand what's given. Because quite often we get the calibration certificates and what people do with them, they file them. And then what happens is that the only reason they need a calibration certificate is because they have an audit coming, right? Without being informed about things like, is this good enough for my needs? Or can I adjust the calibration interval, right? After having documented proof that this thing is pretty consistent, can I go from 1 year to 2 years? with my calibration cycle. All of these things become available to you once you start taking an interest in your calibration certificates, reading them, understanding them, right? A reference measurement standard is some standard established with regards, usually by agreement, some convention, right? So for example, TTBS will have a couple of reference standards. Some of you might have also, right? And then working standards are those that you use routinely, the ones that take more damage. They're a little bit harder, usually have a lower class because you have to use them every single day to do the same measurement, right? So it could be that one weight that you always take to check the balance every morning, right? But you might still have another similar weight piece that you keep protected as a comparison with that working standard. And as we said before, calibration by definition is the operation under specified conditions that establishes a relationship between a measurement result and some standard, right? So in the example below, we look on the calipers there in comparison to gauge blocks, right? Another service that the TTBS does offer, right? So they have a suite of gauge blocks and they compare it there. And that might be something you have internally too to check your own processes, right? But by establishing this mathematical relationship, right, through a number of calculations and procedures, then you would have done a calibration. And there we see adjustment. So it's a set of operations so that a measuring instrument or system provides the indications, right? So you zero the device, your bathroom scale, you have that little knob under it that you can use to zero it, right? That is an adjustment, right? Verification now. Verification differs from calibration. Calibration is, establishing a mathematical relationship between a standard and a device. Verification now states whether it fulfills the intended purpose or some requirement or some standard. That's usually a pass, fail, yes, no result. You might not get as much information as a calibration certificate. Then you would not get as much information usually. So verification is usually done, for example, when we're doing legal metrology, when the inspectors are out there checking the scales at the marketplace or at the gas station pumps. What you usually is the result is that after the calculations done by the inspector, you don't get a certificate, but you get usually a sticker on the pump that says, it can be used for the next year, right? So a verification usually ends in a pass-fail, right? You submit a sample to have it verified that it has, this amount of some compound. You get yes or no. You'll get the quantity also, but it doesn't establish any relationship between the two mathematically. I see a question here for a calibration curve. Is there a minimum number of points to be used? Usually there is by accepted based on data, based on common practice, based on standards, based on references. There's usually for every measurement, they'll tell you that ideally you should take 3, 5, or 10, or some number like this, right? Granted, the more measurements you can take gives you a better picture because that's literally you throwing that dart multiple times, right? Which is ideal, right? But you don't have the time. Nobody has the time to waste, quote unquote, doing that all day. You have more important things to do. So generally, accepted norm quite often is you see 3 sets of readings, 5, 10 is usually what you see in most standards. But what I would say is the important part is for whatever point is, for whatever measurement you're doing, get the reference standard for that procedure, get whatever scientific document that's referenced for it, and it will usually state, take 3 readings of this, take 2 readings of this, take 5 readings of that, and use that there, right? But yes, the more values you take is actually better, because you can imagine taking only one measurement only gives you one snapshot of what this looks like. But again, going back to my earlier presentation, it depends on the risk, right? Low risk, take one measurement, move along, right? High risk, clearly more measurements will become important, more data, especially for you guys in academia. You'd be well aware of that. The better data you have, you get a better picture of what the statistics. What is the maximum adjustment that you can make before you declare that a device is defective? That depends on your use. So that's something we're trying to get people to be a little bit more aware of. It ultimately leads into what is the quality of your measurement that you're putting out, right? And then the quality of measurement that you want in, because obviously you're going to add to the uncertainty of your measurement by using the device. So quite often, I mean, we throw around terms like using 1/5. So the device you're using should be 1/5 or of the measurement uncertainty that you're looking to produce, right? So it's very important to take the time to analyze your results, your measurement uncertainty. What is the quality you're putting out? Because that will influence how much the quality of the measurement you can put in, and then any adjustments that you can make, right? As it relates to correcting a measurement device that might be off, some standards, some procedures do not allow you to use devices that have been adjusted or corrected, because it could happen that somebody else could come along not knowing that you have adjusted it or corrected it and use it based on past experience. Whereas some might allow you to do this if it's clearly labeled. But the important thing here is data and understanding what your measurement looks like and the quality of measurement that you're getting from this device, and then that you'd like to put out. So usually we do this once and then you validate it after. So you usually have a nice spreadsheet with your measurement uncertainty and all of this wonderful jazz, and you make a decision based on that. But you don't have to repeatedly do it each time. It might change based on what your calibration results from the calibration provider look like, but there is no set maximum that you would use. Standards might require it. So as I said before, get the document that governs whichever instrument or whichever procedure you're using, and it will state to you that this is the error, the permissible error or the permissible measurement uncertainty for this measurement procedure or the device that you're using. So always try and get the base documents that you need for that. Some of them you'll have to pay for, some of them are free. Right? But if you have any questions, I would encourage you contact your local NMI, which in this case is TTBS, or Dominica Bureau Standards, or Antigua Barbuda Bureau Standards. If they don't have it, they actually would know where to try and find it and who can get it for you, right? So a lot of it varies based on your need. The things that are set in law, though, that is, given. The regulations might state that a scale must be plus or minus, how much of a grams. That's given. You can't, there's no, you can adjust it, but it has to be ultimately measuring within that value. All right, going back, calibration hierarchy. Let me try to get back on track. Right, so it's the sequence of calibrations, right, where the outcome of each calibration depends on the outcome of the previous one. How useful is a control chart in calibration? All right, so let me get back to that in a second, Derek. I made note of that question. I'll get back to you in a second. Let me just get through the last few slides, get Avinash in, and then we'll close up with the questions. But thank you for that. So as you can imagine, at the highest level will be the definition of the unit, which we saw earlier, especially the base units, right? This is what the definition for a kilogram is. Then there'll be some instrument that realizes that measurement, creates a phenomenon that would allow us to say this is what a meter is. Then from that, we would have reference standards, working standards, and ultimately somebody would use that for a measurement. But you can see on the right, the measurement uncertainty always gets bigger than the the level above it, right? Measurement uncertainty cannot get smaller than what you used before, right? So that's an immediate red flag if somebody provides you with an uncertainty that is smaller than the reference value that they submitted. The standard, the uncertainty for the standard that they use. This is impossible because all uncertainties feed into the other, right? Linked to that now is measurement traceability, right? Which is the property of a measurement which documents an unbroken chain of calibrations between the instrument I'm using and ultimately the SI definition for that unit, that quantity, right? And all of these subsequent calibrations contribute to the measurement uncertainty, right? And then we also have a correlated term called measurement traceability chain, right? It's the sequence of measurement standards and calibrations used in relation to that measurement, right? So that chain we see on the right side, and I'll demonstrate it in a real way in relation to something that our friends in the meteorology community might be aware of, which is a tipping bucket rain gauge, right? Something that we use to measure rainfall, especially now the region has been having so much rainfall, right? But the WMO, the World Meteorology Organization, Guide 8, requires that in order to calibrate this, you need to have a known volume and apply this known volume of water at different rates to determine the accuracy of this tipping bucket rain gauge, right? So the uncertainty that's produced, the traceability we're looking on of this rain gauge and the measurement it produced would be linked to some volumetric standard. It could be a glassware, and also some stopwatch that you're using to time the rate, right? Those two devices, in the case of the stopwatch first, should be calibrated in relation to some frequency standard, right? It could be some CCM atomic clock, right? And those red arrows are representing calibrations that are done where you get a calibration certificate. The important thing on the calibration certificate is that that calibration certificate also states the standard that was used. So in the event that this tipping bucket was calibrated using some glassware, some volumetric glassware, then the calibration certificate would state this is glassware standard number XYZ, which was used with its own uncertainty value there. And the stopwatch XYZ, this is the identification number for the stopwatch with its uncertainty. Each of the calibration certificates you get will reference the standard that was used. So likewise, this glassware would have been calibrated possibly in reference to some mass set. And obviously the most accurate way to determine volume is by weighing the fluid, in this case water, right? So there would be some calibration done for this volumetric measure using some reference mass set. Chances are, in your case in Trinidad, housed at the TTBS, in Dominica, Bureau of Standards there, whichever is your national NMI, along with some mass comparator, right? Those would then be compared with some national standard, and there again be a calibration report that would say this reference mass set was calibrated by this national measurement standard, set number, whatever, right? Ultimately, that would then be compared possibly with our colleagues in North America to their watt balance, right? And then ultimately that would lead to some comparisons they would do to establish its reference to the SI definition. So ultimately, if you wanted to trace all of your measurements to the SI from your calibration certificate, you should be able to do it, right? And this is an important part of being able to demonstrate that my measurements, regardless of how small, impact the measurements that are done in Jamaica, in Austria, in Germany, wherever it is. In the case of this, Derek, yes, temperature will affect it. Ideally, there will be some issues with expansion, which should be considered in your analysis, especially relates to volume and mass, right? There are actually equations that compensate, well, not compensate, but estimate the contribution of temperature variation and also air buoyancy and other factors that would affect your measurement, magnetism, different things like that. So those of us who have to work in these areas every day are very familiar with these equations, right? Which is why we tend to be kind of specialized, like Avinash works in temperature because it's a completely different set of equations from, maybe his colleague King who works in mass and working with these every day. But yes, temperature will affect that. But the traceability, the important part I want to make here, the traceability is that documented, unbroken link to ultimately the SI. You should be able to trace. My device was calibrated at TTBS by this standard. If I ask TTBS for the calibration certificate for that standard, it would be in reference to somebody else. And if you were to, you should be able to follow that link all the way to the SI, right? And that's a critical point of what we do. So I'll stop here. Just looking back on a few terms, right? So the term accuracy, right? We're looking on how right something is. It's agreement with the reference value. Precision, we're looking on the spread, right? How repeatable are my measurements? What's the spread of them? Calibration is just the mathematical relationship between my measuring device and some reference standard. Adjustment noise operations I take to bring my measuring instrument within some required value or to indicate what it should indicate at 1 kg. Verification is pass or fail, right? A statement to say whether it meets or doesn't meet some law, some standard, some recommendation, right? Measurement traceability now is that unbroken link between a measuring instrument and a reference standard or whatever was used to calibrate it that allows me to see that connection ultimately to the SI. And this I would plug here is a very important part of having a calibration certificate, right? Especially as we said on high risk, very important measurements to give you that confidence that what I did here can be compared to whatever is done in France, in Australia, in North Korea. And then finally, measurement uncertainty. So it's that non-negative parameter that describes the quality of my measurements, the spread, the dispersion of my measurements about the mean value for my measurements, right? There's a lot of work that goes into estimating uncertainty and it varies based on what you're doing. I've never had the pleasure of sitting down and doing an uncertainty budget for chemistry, which should be a headache, right? But the general principles are all the same. Identifying the factors, quantifying them, all of that, which Avinash will now look on. And during that time, I will look for the calibration report and then also answer Derek's question on the control charts. So if there are any other questions, comments, please feel free. None right now? All right, so thank you very much. Not so far. Okay, great. So we'll jump into Avinash and then feel free to either ask your questions with the mic on or ask them in the chat and we'll keep an eye on them. Thank you. Stop sharing.
So thanks, David. So what I would do now is to go through, I'll just a brief look at uncertainty itself. So this is probably one of the most asked question when it comes to metrology is what exactly is the uncertainty? How it is that we calculate the uncertainty? Um, um, exactly what it is that we're doing when we calculate the uncertainty, or is it something that that we need to get from the manufacturer, or as the case might be, from the person who calibrates your equipment? So just to reiterate what David would have said about uncertainty, right? Right. So not all measurements are perfect. Well, no measurement is perfect. In fact, you could never have zero uncertainty. So there was a point in time where the only artifact that didn't have uncertainty was zero, was the international prototype kilogram. Right. So just by definition, nothing to do with the reality of the situation or the drift that the kilogram would have undergone, is that by definition, 1 kilogram was the the value of the international prototype kilogram. So it wouldn't have had an uncertainty, it would have been zero uncertainty. But in reality, we know this is not the real case, right? So that every measurement has an uncertainty associated with it. This is something that is important to understand as well, is that the uncertainty is associated with the measurement. So it doesn't matter what it doesn't really matter on the instrument itself, but the uncertainty is a property of the measurement, not the instrument. Right. So when we make measurements, we have things that would make it not perfect, things that would introduce errors into our measurement itself. So a lot of times when we would do experiments at school and SBAs and labs and stuff like that, we would have an entire section devoted to the errors associated with your experiment, right? I remember when I used to write up those labs, my first error was always parallax. It would have always been some kind of parallax error, but that was just, putting errors for putting errors' sake, right? So these errors come from various sources. So we have human errors. So like a parallax error depends on how you view the instrument itself. So like David mentioned, I work in a temperature lab. So of course, I choose a white thermometer on a white background. But when you view a thermometer, we try to view at eye level, right? So we reduce our parallax error when making measurements with a liquid and glass thermometer, right? The machinery itself, so not all measurements are as simple as using a liquid and glass thermometer. Some measurements require more complicated equipment. So for example, in order to calibrate a pressure gauge, we create a pressure by a gravimetric principle. So pressure is equal to force over area. So we generate a force using weights through a piston of a known diameter. And that's how we create our pressure. So the entire apparatus is called a deadweight tester. So any faults with the deadweight tester or any issues with the deadweight tester itself in the hydraulic fluid or anything like that would affect our measurements, right? Our method of measurement. So one calibration that we also do is humidity calibration. And for those in the meteorology community would know that humidity measurement fluctuates a lot. So one of the things that we do in our calibration method for humidity is to take multiple measurements. So we take at least 10 measurements for every 1 minute interval. So if it is that we, instead of taking 10 measurements, we take 20 measurements or 100 measurements, would affect the errors that we would see out of the procedure itself just by virtue of averaging, right? Variation. So we have measurements that are taken place in the field. So when you go out to a gas station, for example, the equipment suffers from variation. Measurement equipment suffers from variations in the temperature of the environment. You know, if it's a hot day, if it's a rainy day, if it's cool. Some measurements have a lack of definition. So as we see with the SI units, there's a definition for what 1 meter is, what 1 kilogram is. So a lot of times we there's a bit of a discrepancy with what it is that we want to measure and what it is that we actually measure. Say, for example, Derek was asking about the calibration of a digital thermometer. So digital thermometer, thermocouple type thermometer, what it measures or what we want to see would be a change in temperature. But with a thermocouple, what it actually measures is a voltage. So this voltage, called the Seebeck voltage, has a relation, is related to temperature by some formula. So what it measures is one, a difference in temperature that produces a voltage that we measure and convert into a temperature reading, right? So how these are defined in terms of the measurement equation would depend on, would have an effect on our errors in measuring and simple blunders. So sometimes, you know, you might forget a piece of equipment on, or as David said, sometimes weights fall, you know, or they get lost. So these things would add errors to our measurement, right? And again, just to reiterate, for every measurement that we make, there's always some doubt. So this is probably the easiest way to describe what uncertainty is. The uncertainty is the amount of doubt that we have in the measurement itself, right? So again, since we have some sort of doubt on the measurement result, so we need to ask ourselves, how big is this doubt? And can we live with this doubt, right? Is it okay for our process or what experiment are we conducting? And the next question we should ask is, we don't know the true value. The true value is never known. It's a theoretical value, but is this true value within that margin of doubt? And is this something that we could admit into our experiment, right? So for every measurement that we make, we need to look at these questions. So we're looking at one, the margin of doubt or the uncertainty, and we're looking at our confidence level. So in terms of measurement, we use a lot of statistics in our measurements. So when we speak of confidence level, we're talking about what is the probability of these measurements being within a certain margin or a certain interval, right? So just by definition or just by the definition itself of uncertainty, what it tells us is that it expresses the doubt and the confidence interval, the confidence level of the result of any measurement it is a accumulation of a number of factors that affect the measurement itself, and is also an indication of the quality of the measurement, right? So as David would have explained when he spoke about traceability, we see that at the very top of the traceability chain, our uncertainties are very small when it comes to defining the SI units, and we have all these giant equipment and expensive equipment in these bigger laboratories. But as we go down the chain, our uncertainty gets a little bit bigger. So if it is that you see that there's a comparatively large uncertainty, it tells us something about the quality of the measurement. So if we see a smaller uncertainty and a bigger uncertainty, we could say, well, one is of a better quality than the other, or one is, well, again, it depends on the use case itself. Right? So why is uncertainty important? So uncertainty, the uncertainty of measurements are needed to make good quality measurements and to understand the results, right? I know Derek was also asking about control charts, but I'll show you one way that we use uncertainty on a daily basis is in control charting, right? So for example, to meet the requirements of ISO 17025 for a calibration lab, the uncertainty of measurement must always be reported on the certificate. So I have this problem when we send equipment abroad to calibrate. Some service providers, they give us a price for recalibrating our equipment, but they charge an additional price for the uncertainties. Now, we would always need our uncertainties for our calculations, so we would always have to pay a little bit extra, or some suppliers, not all. They have an additional cost for providing the calibration uncertainty, right? Another reason that the uncertainty is important is for testing labs. So for those who do any sort of testing and you need to make a determination on whether an item or sample passes or fails, one important thing to understand is that you need to include the uncertainty of your measurements in order to make that determination, right? Again, we will see that when we briefly touch on control charting, right? So the tolerance, you would need to know your uncertainty before you can decide on whether or not your tolerance is met. And again, these are things that are best shown by examples. So I'll just show you a chart at the end, right? Just to give you an example of what an expression of a measurement would look like. If it is that we were to measure a stick, right? We would use maybe a ruler or a vernier caliper to measure the length of the stick. So how we would express or how we would report our result would be something like this. So our stick is 20 centimeters plus or minus 1 centimeter at a confidence level of 95%, right? So what this is essentially saying is that we are 95% sure that the length of this stick is somewhere between 19 centimeters and 21 centimeters. So that gives us our bands, right? Before I go on to the next slide, I just wanted to reiterate the difference between error and uncertainty. So a lot of people get error and uncertainty confused, right? But the error is basically the difference between the true value of the measurand. The measurand is what we want to measure, and the measured value, right? Now, just keep in mind that the true value could never be known, right? So it's just a theoretical value or an assumed value for the true value. And uncertainty, again, we have the official definition of uncertainty, but just to remind you that the uncertainty characterizes a range of values within where the true value could lie, within some degree of probability that the true value would lie somewhere in there, right? So if we, right? All right, so let's just look at some of the ways where the uncertainties and errors come from, right? So again, I'm from the temperature lab, so most of my examples would be based in temperature, but the errors and uncertainties can come from the measuring instrument itself, the item being measured. So David spoke about using a caliper. So for example, if it is that we were going to measure some sort of deformable material, so like the thickness of a rubber tire or something like that, right? It depends on how much force you use to close in those jaws to determine the thickness of the rubber. The rubber itself, because it's deformable, can actually move. So you will get some error associated with the measuring of the rubber itself, right? Again, I mentioned the measurement process, right? So you have different methods of doing measurement. So in one of the earlier slides, we spoke about the redefinition of the kilogram. So there were two methods in which they were using to determine the kilogram. One was the watt balance or the kilo balance, and one was the silicone bore, right? But they were measuring essentially, the end goal was to determine the same thing, to determine the value of the kilogram, but they were just using two different methods. So each method has their own uncertainty associated with it. And well, that's just the way that they were redefining it at the time, right? Imported uncertainties would be things that you would add into your process that would already have an uncertainty. So for example, if it is that you were calibrating a thermometer, right? In order to calibrate a thermometer, like my liquid and glass thermometer, I would need a more accurate thermometer to perform the calibration. So I would have a second thermometer in order to measure what this thermometer would tell me and compare the readings. Now, my more accurate thermometer would also have an uncertainty. And that's where that uncertainty is imported onto the calibration of this thermometer. So that uncertainty is what we would call a component of the uncertainty for this measurement that we're making with this thermometer, right? Operator skills. It goes without saying that using some types of equipment, even as simple as a liquid and glass thermometer, it takes some getting used to, or some experience with the instrument. I remember always having trouble reading vernier calipers, right? You always vernier calipers and micrometers. You always had to line up one line with a secondary scale. So it was always a bit of a challenge, right? Sampling issues, not so much of a issue when clients bring equipment to us. So we wouldn't really go out and sample equipment. So that's more of a concern for those who would do manufacturing of equipment. Environmental conditions. Now, environmental conditions play a huge role in the calibration of many instruments. So, for example, mass calibrations. So, the humidity of the environment that you do your calibrations in would affect what's called the air buoyancy, right? So there is a calculation for air buoyancy that one of the inputs is the humidity of the room. So you would need to measure again the humidity of the room in order to input into your air buoyancy calculation in order to make a correction for the mass of whatever it is that you're weighing. Again, with something like dimension calibrations, when you have a vernier caliper that's made out of stainless steel, it has a particular coefficient of thermal expansion. So the temperature of the room that you do the calibration would play into the uncertainty and the errors associated with the measurement of that vernier caliper. Because the measurements that you make in a room at, say, 20 degrees may be different from when you make a measurement out in the field where it could be somewhere as high as 30, 32 degrees. Right. Coming back to the uncertainty measurement itself, this is just to give you an idea of what actually takes place when we make a measurement. So say, for example, we have a standard thermometer, and the standard thermometer gives us a value of 29 degrees. And we have what's called the unit under test, or for this instance, say a liquid in glass thermometer, and it gives us a reading of 30 degrees, right? So let's assume that these readings are in thermal equilibrium, so that they should ideally be reading the same temperature, right? So what we record is an error of 1 degree with the unit under test, the liquid in glass thermometer. Additionally, we would have calculated our uncertainty to be 2 degrees, right? Just to express it in terms of a number line, our uncertainty, our 2 degrees would be, would take us within plus 2 degrees to as high as 32 degrees and minus 2 degrees as low as 28 degrees, right? So our error would be our 1 degree. So we assume that the standard indication is the true value. Now, again, this is just for demonstration purposes. The true value is never known. So this error here would be our 1 degree, right? And our uncertainties would tell us that the probability of the true value lying anywhere between this range here would be 95%. So again, in expressing it in words, that we 95% sure that the value of the thermometer lies somewhere between 28 degrees to 32 degrees, right? Now, you also would see when we report the uncertainty, we report it to what's called the confidence level. And in mathematical parlance is a value of K that's equal to 2. And I will demonstrate what that means in a second. Right. So when we talk about probabilities, we also would need to make mention of probability distributions, right? Or in simpler terms, the shape of the errors or of our measurement itself. So we have many different probability distributions. Now, in most of our measurement work, the most important distribution that we need to understand is the normal distribution, right? So the normal distribution is just a simple bell-shaped curve that's symmetric about the center. In a normal distribution, the central value is also the mean, right? Another important distribution is a rectangular distribution. Rectangular distribution, as the title implies, is simply a symmetric distribution, as well as a rectangularly shaped distribution. And the last distribution is the triangular distribution. Again, this is something that's less common, but still worth mentioning, right? So these distributions express the quality of the estimated value and how close we consider it to the true value, right? So the normal distribution, right? It's symmetric about the mean. It's a bell-shaped curve, and it's the normal distribution is probably it is the most used distribution when calculating the uncertainties for many different reasons. One of the reasons that the normal distribution is used is that it closely follows the distribution of or the probabilities of items or measurements when they are randomly distributed, when they we have a random assortment of measurements. So one of the tools that I like to use to demonstrate is something called a Galton's board. So this demonstrates that even in random measurements or random values, they can all be sorted into a normal distribution. So I wouldn't really go too much into the mathematics of it, but I can give you just the idea of what it looks like. So I wouldn't get into the mathematics of it, but it's just to prove that out of these random measurements that we can approximate the probabilities of our true value or our mean value into a normal distribution. Now, I mentioned the coverage factor. So the coverage factor gives us a particular confidence level for the uncertainty, right? Most commonly in our calibration certificates, we would usually report our uncertainties to a confidence level of approximately 95%. Now that equates to a coverage factor of 2. Now, just to illustrate the reasoning for using a coverage factor of 2, if we have a normal distribution, right? Again, it's centered around the mean. But if you take the standard deviation of a normal distribution, you would find that 68% of the values fall within this region, within one standard deviation, right? And if it is that you look at 2 standard deviations, you would find that approximately 95% of the data falls within this, falls within the coverage of 2 standard deviations. So that's why we get the value of k is equal to 2. And why we say that it is, that we are 95% sure. So it covers 2 standard deviations, covers 95 or approximately 95% of the normal distribution. Right. So coming back to some questions about how why we go through all this trouble to calculate the uncertainty, is to use the uncertainty. Now, this is an example of a calibration that would have been done, and various values that would have been reported, or possible values that could be reported. Now, each of these limits, this would express our uncertainty, just as we had it in the example, the first example. So this boundary would be our uncertainty. Now, if we have a upper and lower specification limit, as you would find mostly, you would find a lot in the testing laboratories, you would have what our measured value is, as well as its uncertainty. So if you look at the first scenario, with our measured value plus our uncertainty, it's well within the specification limits for this particular test item, right? So we can confidently say that this would be a pass test, or the item would have passed, sample would have passed. Now we have another scenario where the measured value is within the specifications, but when you include the uncertainty, it takes a portion of it outside of the specifications. So what do we do in a case like this? And as well as in this scenario, where the measured value is also outside of the specification, but if you include the uncertainty, there is a portion that is still within the specification of the sample, right? And well, the final scenario would be definitely a fail, where the measured value as well as the uncertainty is outside of the specification outright, right? But to concentrate on these values is probably where we would have the most issues when making some decision, right? Because the uncertainty either puts the measurement out or in of the specifications, we need to come up with some metric or some norm to say whether or not we would consider this a pass or a fail. As it is right now, they would be indeterminate. So these decisions can come from various sources. So in our lab, we would say that if a scenario, either one of these scenarios arise, we would just say it's indeterminate, and we wouldn't pronounce that whether it has passed or failed. We would just say that is indeterminate. Now you can go a little bit further with the statistics and say that, okay, in a scenario like this, because we're 95% sure that the values lie somewhere between here and here, right? We can say there's a greater portion, or there's a greater probability that the item or the samples within specifications, just by virtue of statistics alone, right? And again, in a scenario like this, we can use some statistics and make a determination as to whether or not you would say that this is a failed result, right? Because the probability is that the measured value would be closer to somewhere out here than in here, right? Now, again, that is there is no guidance that I can probably reference you to make these determinations, but it would probably be most likely something that you would need to determine for yourselves, right? Hopefully we never arise to a situation like this where you have to make these decisions. But again, we just usually just call them undetermined. So we're not able to make that determination. We pass the information on to the relevant end user to make that determination whether they're willing to accept or reject a value like this. Right? That's about it for now. Would there be any questions that anybody has? I see the chat was quite busy. Hold on, I need to read.
I have it covered. I have the chat covered for you, Avinash. So I'll answer those questions on the chat when you're through.
Okay, well, that should be okay for me for now. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me. You can type in the chat as well. Just let me read.
All right, so in the interim, I'll go through some of the questions that were asked earlier. So the first one was posed by Derek about control charts in relation to calibrations. Let me look back for that question. Yeah, how useful is control chart in calibration, right? That was a question that was raised. And
I would say that's probably essential in calibration.
It's very important, right? Because we have to remember one thing: a calibration is a snapshot at one point in time, right? So although your device has been calibrated by your provider, that is only a snapshot of how it performed during that actual exercise. You carry it to your lab now, we're assuming it's going to behave the same way, when in reality, we're just not 100% sure. Anything could happen to it and it behaves differently, right? So what control charts help us to do is to understand how that device performs over time, right? So I send my device for calibration in 2008. I record that value. I get it calibrated in 2009. And now I have a comparison of between those 2 years, what did this device do? And we keep having those control charts filled in as we, for example, do our calibration. So we'll now see what kind of trend, how this device is behaving over time. Is it stable? Is the value decreasing? Is the value increasing? So it gives you a good idea of how your device is performing over that time, and then how to project its performance for the future, right? It also allows you to be able to justify calibration intervals, right? So for example, if I've been calibrating my device every year for a period of time, and I now see the trend of how my device is behaving, it could mean that based on information and when permitted by my quality management system, I could extend that calibration interval to 2 years, justified by the data of my control chart. So instead of calibrating it to 2020, I might decide, okay, I'll calibrate it 2021. So I have data from 2019, 2021. When that data comes in, then you'll be able to see, does this still behave in the expected manner based on the trend? And therefore you'll be able to justify, you'll be able to get a better picture of what your device is doing, and therefore be able to make more informed decisions about how to proceed. You know, can I save myself some money by not sending for calibration this year? And then, you know, continuing to plot along that control chart. I don't know if Avinash has something he wants to add on that topic.
Oh, sorry, I was
You're searching, no problem.
Yeah. But yeah, especially now that we're seeing it, again, because of COVID and travel restrictions and movement of equipment, we're finding that I wouldn't say that we're forced to, but we look at the history of our equipment and say that, okay, well, if we send our stuff abroad to calibrate now, we might not get it back in a timely matter. So is it that we can maybe extend the calibration a little bit, save some money, save some time, but our measurements are still valid?
Right. We had another question. So I see Avinash answering the questions on the chat. We had another request for calibration certificates. What should they look like? And the ISO 17025 calibration laboratory quality management standard specifies what these should look like, right? What are the requirements that should go into this standard? So I encourage you to look there, but I would share with you some examples of calibration certificates. So this one is done by a supplier in Germany for our friends in the Guyana Bureau of Standards. So this was a standard they purchased and that they're now using for their force calibration service. And you will note that it has a lot of data, but some of the critical elements that are there is obviously stating the manufacturer of the device that is being calibrated, the reference, the model number, the client, right? Obviously the persons who did the calibration and approving the calibration, the laboratory that's doing the calibration. But if we look on page 2, we see more information, such as here at the top, the force reference standard that was used. So this is them telling Guyana, this is what we use for that comparison. This is the uncertainty of that device, the best measurement capability. So if they wanted to check, they could also determine, this reference standard 5MN-Z/D, right? What was it calibrated in comparison to? It includes information about the environmental conditions for the day, but calibration certificates can vary a bit based on area. So for example, this is force. Let me run down quickly. So there are tables for the values that they obtained based on the orientation of the device. And the results here are in millivolts per volt, since the transducer, the device under test, outputs millivolt per volt values based on the force that is used to test it. But I draw your attention to this equation here, which is the expression of the mathematical relationship between what value the device under test reads and the standard, right? So by inputting the values there, you'll be able to calculate based on what my device reads, what the actual nominal value should be. So some calibration certificates also include a mathematical relationship that you would use in your calculations to determine, based on what my device reads, what the actual value is. Different calibration certificate now. This is for a fictional client. This was taken from our friends at the BSJ. But this is a mass calibration they did for a reference set, for a mass set from a client, right? So it includes serial number, number of weight pieces, the method that was used, the standard that was used. The uncertainty information is stated below, right? And also the reference set that they used to do the calibration, right? BSJ in this report actually explicitly stated their traceability to the SI by stating which standard they used and who calibrated their mass set, which would be ZMK in Germany, which is calibrated by the PTB as the NMI, ultimately traceable to the SI. Not all calibration. This isn't a requirement to state this like this, but they must state the standard that was used. And then in the case of the values here, being a mass comparison, they state the value that was found. So in reference to the nominal value, it stated 1 gram plus 0.02 milligrams. So the weight piece they measured is higher by 0.02 milligrams. This is the actual nominal, the value it would read. And then the uncertainties are there, saying that the true value, the quote unquote true value would lie within 1.00002 grams plus minus 0.03 milligrams. So somewhere in there would be the actual 1 gram true value. And then the tolerance that's allowed. And in this certificate, they also state the accuracy class that these weight pieces would be at. So we note here, the 8th weight piece did not satisfy the requirements for an F1 class. So it was categorized as F2, 1 class down. So this is something that happens with your weight as they change, and they could be categorized as a lower class. So just to show you some examples of calibration certificates, this is for a lower accuracy weight set that was done by the BSJ, also for a fictional client. I don't know if Avinash has any in temperature that he could show, but as I said, the ISO 17025 standard references what is actually required for a calibration certificate. And it must contain this information critically because it gives you confidence in the values that you're taking. Coupled with your control charts now, you get a better picture of what your device is doing. And then the last question that I promised to address was, how do you determine measurement uncertainty? So we're a little chat that it's not just one equation. There are you have to figure out the mathematical model for that. There's usually given for the specific quantity. So Avinash will have particular mathematical models for all of his influence factors for temperature. And that will be what he will use to design his uncertainty budget, which can be done simply in Excel. But there are more complicated ways that could be done using mathematical modeling. But for our purposes, generally, this is satisfactory. So this is an example of a uncertainty budget that I helped our friends in Guyana to construct for their calibrations, their verification service for concrete compression testers, those machines that are used to break concrete samples to determine the strength of concrete being used for construction, right? So this is a new service that they had. I had the privilege of training them in this area. And you can see that it's an analysis of the machine readings of the device they're testing in comparison to the load cell that they put in and have crushed, and then determining here the errors, right, which need to be within a certain value. For this standard, it requires within 1% to be acceptable for that ASTM standard. And then here are the calculations for our uncertainty contributions, right, which include the standard deviation, the uncertainty due to the repeatability, the uncertainty due to the standard used, the uncertainty contribution from the resolution, and then these would be combined in a prescribed manner to give us an uncertainty value here of about 1.9 or 2 kilonewtons, right? So ultimately there are prescribed steps, and when we do offer, well, I know TTBS might offer their own training in measurement uncertainty. I encourage you to get on board with that because they will be able to take you through the individual steps of estimated measurement uncertainty. It's going to vary, as you can see, and ideally it's best to have training in your particular area, actually with an expert who would be able to say this is an influence factor, that isn't. So I can easily confess that for all you chemistry geniuses out there, right? My mechanical background will be able to explain the principles, but I might not be able to, lead you through the little steps involved in doing your own estimation of uncertainty for chemistry, right? But as I said, various trainings are held by our partners. If TTBS doesn't do it, we might be able to find someone external that will be able to help you. And there are also private labs that will be able to help you with this. So I don't know if there's anything else, any other questions anybody may have.
Just one quick comment. Somebody was asking where can they get the requirements for a calibration certificate. So all the calibration labs follow the ISO 17025, and the requirements for a calibration certificate is found in clause 7.8 of that standard.
Thanks, Avinash. Anything else? It's great that we're on time. But thank you all very much for sitting through 4 hours of Avinash and I. You've been a great audience. Thank you very much for the active contributions, the questions. And we hope that this gives you an understanding of just how critical the measurements you take every day, how to improve them, how you can better measure in the end, right? To analyze the risk for your measurement and then to say, okay, I need this or that. Please feel free to reach out to your respective Bureau of Standards, right? You can reach out to me too. Oh, one thing before we go, I didn't get everybody's contact information. So if you would please shoot me an email. That way I can respond to you and give you, send you the course material. Let me just put my email address in the chat. Right, so if you could please just shoot me an email, just say hello, that's all, and I'll have your email address. And that way I can respond to you, get you back the presentations, and then you'll be able to email me and we'll be able to dialogue. But I encourage all of you, get to know your Bureau of Standards. They might be small in some countries, but they do have access to a lot, right? And we have a very active network within the region that supports each other. If I don't have the capability in Dominica, Trinidad is willing to help, Jamaica is willing to help, right? And yep, if you have any questions, comments after, please feel free to share. I'm going to also send you a post-course evaluation. If you could complete that for us, please. That helps us to get feedback on what we need to improve, how Avinash and I can be better facilitators, just general comments of how you perceived your learning has improved over the last 4 hours. That really helps us to be able to fine-tune this delivery. So please take the time, take the 10, 15 minutes to complete it for us. We'd very much appreciate that. I don't know if Avinash has anything you want to say.
I'd just like to say thanks a lot for everyone for attending. I know these virtual conferences and workshops can be a little bit difficult. They're difficult for us to deliver as well too. So, anything that you could think of to improve the content would be a great help. I mean, I tried something new with a virtual field trip, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So, so you can let us know what works.
Thank you. And if there's nothing else, as I said, I see the emails coming in the chat. Just shoot me an email, right? That's the easiest way, because I've been trying to record all of the names and the email addresses and all of that as you put them in the chat. So that most of it is there, but just still send me an email. Would you all be available to do guest lectures? I think Avinash already does that. At UA, you're still part-time in the biomed program, right? No,
we've been experiencing some changes in the biomed program.
Okay, cool. But on my side, I'm open to it. It's not an issue. So just send me a request, and we'll see what we can schedule. And then obviously we need to just get clearance from Avinash's superiors to get that done. But thank you very much, guys.
Maybe next time we can have our training in Barbados.
and carry 50 people. We break the bank. But seriously, thank you very much, everyone, for your active participation. It was more than we expected, I will be honest. I had only 16 names recorded for today's session. We ended up at one point being over 50. So thank you very much. If you want us to do this again, if you want us to, help you guys at your institution with regards to facilitating this course, that is fine. This is, just easy for us to do. And further assistance, as I said, contact your local Bureau of Standards. I work through the local Bureau of Standards, right? They're our partners. So thank you again. Enjoy your afternoon. Have a great day. Be safe. Please avoid what's going around. And look forward to hearing from you. Send me an email, please.
All right. Thanks a lot, David.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
All right. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.